Okay. Hello everyone, good morning. I'm really excited to see so many faces here today. Also hello to everyone who's watching online on the YouTube stream. I'm really happy to guide you through the day. My name is Eugen Schulz. I'm working in the section Digitalisation at the DAAD.
My name is Simon Holdermann. I'm also working at the section for Digitalisation at the DAAD, and we will be your hosts on stage 2 for today. And I will be running around later on with the microphone to collect questions if you have some. And we're really excited to hear and looking forward to hear the presentations and all the contributions for today.
Absolutely. I'm hoping there will be a lot of questions later on. And we will also watch the YouTube stream, so if you have questions online, please ask, and we will then read them out loud for you. So just a few sentences about what's happening on this stage today. We have a mixed program of different contributions from all the tracks, but mainly we are around the topic of virtual exchange and blended mobility. So virtual exchange is an educational framework that enables students and educators to collaboratively work together in digital space, to work together in intercultural teams, which enables them to develop their intercultural, digital, and collaborative competences. And yeah, virtual exchanges can be completely online, but also in a combination in a blended format, a blended learning scenario. There are different types that we will surely today in all these contributions hear about. And yeah, with the right instructional design of virtual exchanges, these scenarios have a lot of potential, but of course also a lot of challenges. And again, I'm really looking forward to all the contributors today to see what challenges they had and how they faced them. And that being said, we come to our first presenter, to our keynote speech. I'm really happy to have her here, Francesca Helm. She's an associate professor of English at the Department of Political Science, Law and International Studies at the University of Padova in Italy. She's also a board member of the academic organization Uni-Collaboration. It's a cross-disciplinary professional organization for telecollaboration and virtual exchange in higher education. And her research interests are in intercultural dialogue, virtual exchange in online education, language and education policies, and critical internationalization studies. And she was also responsible for the monitoring and evaluation of the European Commission's Erasmus Plus virtual exchange project from 2018 to 2020. Studies I have cited very often and read very often in the last 2 years. So I'm really happy and looking forward to your presentation today. And please welcome with me Francesca Helm. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Eugen, for inviting me here, and it's a privilege indeed to be here and talking to you. It's very difficult to follow Taskin Adams' talk yesterday, which was a wonderful talk and raised a lot of important points, some of which I hope to go back to a little bit today. And I'm not very Which one do I have to press? This one? Okay. So what I'm going to do, I'm also navigating my glasses, so to read I need my glasses, but I can't see you, so I'm kind of upping and downing like this. So what I'm going to do in this talk is first look at virtual exchange and interculturality. By that I mean how intercultural communication is conceptualized in different models of virtual exchange, and think about how this might influence the learning that takes place. Then I'll look at the evidence base for learning from this large-scale project I've been involved in, the Erasmus Plus Virtual Exchange Project, though I obviously don't have time to go into great details about that. And then make some reflections about the implications of these findings and just some considerations that I've been having in recent years. And so I'm speaking as a researcher, practitioner, white woman of privilege, living and working in Padova. That's a picture of Sant'Antonio, the basilica that you can see in Padova, very much embedded in a European context. So I've been working on policy experimentations and in higher education, but I'm speaking from a specific context, though also aware and concerned about some of the issues raised yesterday. You know, the coloniality in education, the neoliberalization of our higher education system, and also internationalization processes. Oops. No, what do I have to do? Why can't I move it? Oops. No. I'm pressing that one, but it's not. Ah. No, it's not switching. Okay. I can carry. Oh, yeah, that's all right. Okay. So I guess I don't need to define virtual exchange here, as if you're here, I presume I'm preaching to the converted, but I have included a definition there just in case you're not familiar with it. This is from Rob O'Dowd's latest book, an umbrella term which refers to the numerous online learning initiatives and methodologies which engage learners in sustained online collaborative learning and interaction with partners from different cultural backgrounds as part of their study programs and under the guidance of teachers or trained facilitators. But I'd like to add that I really think, or I see virtual exchange as an educational practice that has the potential to change the terms of the conversation regarding knowledge production, directionalities of knowledge, power dynamics, and flows in internationalization. I think it can offer a way of addressing the epistemic injustices that Tasky and Adam talked about yesterday. But at the same time, it can be used advertently and inadvertently to reproduce unequal power dynamics and coloniality that we see in many other forms of online learning and forms of internationalization. So it's not a solution. It depends very much how we approach virtual exchange. So I think one of the selling points of virtual exchange we find on promotional materials and on websites, you know, advertising these exchanges, is this promise of intercultural learning. So developing students' intercultural or global competencies. So we just have some examples from large initiatives. The Erasmus Plus Virtual Exchange, we can see, is a groundbreaking project enabling youth to engage in meaningful intercultural experiences online. The Stevens Initiative, too, talks about a cross-cultural experience that builds marketable global competencies, including communication, collaboration, empathy, etc. So we have a lot of, you know, this idea that it sells intercultural learning in many different ways. But less often do we see exactly how this is going to take place, right? We don't very often have a clear idea of how it's going to take place. Oops, sorry. And there's often the assumption that it does happen, but, you know, as we know from in foreign language education, we've been doing virtual exchange and telecollaboration for many years, and it's not always the case. There are often issues and problems with intercultural learning. So here we have scholars who have reported on failed communication, right? When partners don't manage to interact successfully and you know, leading in some cases to abandonment of the exchange. Surfing diversity and missed opportunities for meaningful intercultural learning, similar to kind of minimizing differences, right? We're all the same after all. I mean, yes, it's important to find, you know, our common humanity, but it's also important to understand that the differences that we have, individual, society difference, and also thinking about inequalities. And then the risk of reification of national and ethnic identity as culture, this kind of constant equating of culture with our national identities. So what I want to do is step back and look at interculturality, consider what is meant by intercultural communication and learning in virtual exchange. So intercultural communication is an academic field that has developed in different areas, starting in the military, if you like, with Edward Hall's work on the silent language. Then it's grown in the field of business, but also in language education, study abroad, international education, healthcare. So it is growing and it is studied in these different fields. It's taken different directions in these fields,
Forschung
but
so
then
auch meiner
of course
Arbeit
within
da
them
und
it has,
sind essentiell
different
für die
strands. So there are
Entwicklung
commonalities and differences too within and across these fields. The approach I'm going to take is looking at interculturality, by which I mean a discourse-based approach to research and education on intercultural communication, where culture and identity are seen as fluid and changing concepts, where attention is paid to power dynamics, othering, and dominance. So I think it's important to look at it in this way, not culture as static identities. And I'm going to take an interdiscursive approach, which has been adopted by some critical scholars who draw on the work of Skollen and Skollen, who ask, who has introduced culture as a relevant category? For what purposes? And with what consequences? So if we translate it into kind of virtual exchange, what we want to look at is how is culture made relevant in the pedagogical design of a virtual exchange, and why? Why is it made relevant in this way? How is intercultural communication conceptualized and operationalized? How are we having the students interacting? What impact does this have on student positioning? And what impact can it have on intercultural learning? And so there have been a few typologies of virtual exchange looking at certain characteristics, right? What comes to mind is the Stevens Initiative typology, and they've identified 12 components that provide key information on virtual exchange. Looking, for example, at administration type and the activities engaged in. Again, Robert O'Dowd in an upcoming volume writes about configurations and models of virtual exchange. Here, I'm just tentatively outlining some approaches to virtual exchange in terms of how culture is framed and how intercultural communication is conceptualized. And so I'll quickly look at the comparative approach, challenge-based and dialogue-based. Aware, of course, that there is overlap. The lines are not clear-cut, but for the purpose of explanation, it's easier to make these distinctions. So, and apologies for my terrible graphics. I'm not very good at it. I just wanted to kind of visualize what I'm thinking. So, comparative collaborative approaches. We have, students in classes working in usually 2 or 3 different contexts. In national contexts, collaborating on a set of tasks. And it often starts with the idea of information exchange, so they're exchanging information about their universities, their contexts. They're making cultural comparisons, and then they will collaborate on a final product. This is a commonly used model and has been called the progressive exchange task sequence that has been used in several projects and training programs. And just some concrete examples. We have, for example, that came from the Erasmus Virtual Exchange project, is comparing entrepreneurial ecosystems in Poland and Tunisia for students of business. So you have students in these contexts, and they're researching a particular, in this case, entrepreneurial ecosystems in their national context, exchanging information about it, and then they will have to collaborate on some kind of joint presentation or website or whatever it is. Another interesting project was looking at how historical events are remembered from the point of view of cultural remembrance in Romania and Hungary. And so these were 2 young scholars looking at history 100 years after the end of the First World War. And they did this in 3 consecutive years. And, there are tensions between the 2 countries. And what they did in the exchange is look at a remembrance and the impact it has on societies today. Another project I was involved in is the Evaluate project, which was for future teachers of education, right? And there they were comparing national education systems and looking at approaches to issues such as bullying or multiculturalism. So again, they would have this information exchange, they would do the cultural comparison, so look at resources on these aspects, and then collaborate in creating tasks for their classes or writing a report. And again, so this kind of exchange positions students as, future historians or future teachers or future entrepreneurs, right? So it gives them an identity beyond that of being a student. It also positions them as experts, and perhaps again, there's a risk in this. They are experts of their educational system, explaining it to other people. And then they have to, they're also partners, depending on how they're organized. They might be partners in a pair, they might be members of a group in the collaboration in the preparation of a product, right? If we look at challenge-based approach, here we have students, and there are several projects, students from different classes collaborating on a challenge. And we often find this in business education or entrepreneurial education. They work in these global virtual teams and collaborating on this issue. It might be a business problem, right? We have companies that present their problems and groups of students finding solutions in this big X-Culture project. Another example is the NICE project, which again was the result of a European funded project. And involved students, and I think it had 8 partner universities, and students followed a kind of pathway about intercultural collaboration, about entrepreneurial education, at the same time as working on a specific challenge that they chose. And here, I don't know if they're legible, but you can see a couple of the challenges on the right. So here, students are positioned as future workers or entrepreneurs in a globalized job market, for which they need to acquire the necessary competencies and skills. So they are team members and problem solvers, creative, innovative risk takers who have the ability to plan and manage projects to achieve success. Culture is presented, if you then read the materials on the website, as complex and part of larger structures influencing individuals' lives. Cultural diversity is seen as a potential wealth, richness, contributing to creativity, but also framed as a potential problem or challenge that students need to be taught to overcome, as groups need to converge as they work on designing a solution, right? And then we have a dialogue-based project. Groups of young people from a wide range of geopolitical contexts come together for sustained dialogue sessions with the support of trained facilitators, and engage with complex and divisive issues such as war, migration, the climate crisis, to share experiences and perspectives. And here we have an example from Climate Movements, which is one of the exchanges developed by Sharing Perspectives Foundation. And again, looking at the information on the website, participants are positioned as youth, young people affected by climate change. They are members of a group in the exchanges, and culture is seen as lived experiences, stories, and emotions, right? And how they are impacted by the issue, in this case, climate movements. And communication is dialogue, intended as sharing perspectives and learning to listen one another, exploring how individuals in different contexts are impacted by the issue and why people may feel a certain way about it. Also learning to listen to themselves as they react to what they hear from their peers. And so how might these different approaches and conceptualizations affect learning outcomes of the exchange? I'm going to look at the evidence base, not from these individual specific projects, but drawing on some of the learnings from Erasmus Plus Virtual Exchange. So it's a project I know best as I was directly involved in it. Obviously, I don't have time to go into all the details of the project, but I hope to give you a little bit of information. So it was a pilot project co-funded by the European Commission and managed by a consortium of organizations. And the main objects of the program were to promote intercultural dialogue between young people in Europe and in southern Mediterranean countries. And also to promote tolerance in light of when it was developed. It was shortly after the Paris attacks, the attacks in Brussels. So it was very much dialogue, Europe-South Mediterranean dialogue in that context. Things have changed. We have other issues today. It also sought to promote the development of competencies, right? So employability skills, digital skills, the usual. It involved over 28,000 young people in exchange activities, and what I think is really valuable about it is that we actually reached the balance, right? We don't see this in mobility flows, no? Here we had 51% of young people from Europe and 49% from southern Mediterranean countries. And I think I just really like to highlight it because I do feel that this is an important point. We also had people involved in the training, so educators following training to develop virtual exchanges, also facilitators, youth workers. We did the monitoring and evaluation, which was a large-scale iterative, so we repeated the surveys every 6 months. We gathered data, and in the end, we had kind of clean data from over 5,000 participants. And the other interesting thing I think about the monitoring evaluation is that we compared across different models using the same tools. So we had one standard survey which was used for all the participants in the Erasmus Plus Virtual Exchange project. Now, I think the Stevens Initiative does use a single tool across, but they don't publish results on the impact on the different models of exchange. Obviously, with all its limitations, which I'll discuss later on. And so the models, there were kind of 4 models, but I'm just going to focus on the 2. The dialogue-based models, and here we had 2, online facilitated dialogue and IUX. I think the acronyms are perhaps why it hasn't been continued. They're not great. But these are both models which had dialogue as the core part of it. Participants were in groups of 8 to 12 people, and in these projects, there was equal participation from European and Southern Mediterranean countries, right? And these dialogue-based models, which were run by NGOs, so they were externally, kind of not from within higher education institutions, but they were run by Solia and Sharing Perspectives Foundation, actually accounted for 80% of participants, right? So these are scalable models which actually included these big partnerships and large numbers of students. Whereas the comparative and challenge-based models we find in what we called TEPs. Again, a terrible acronym, transnational exchange projects. And over the course of the 3 years, we managed to set up 71 different exchanges developed by teachers or youth workers. I was really impressed to hear this morning, actually, that DAAD has financed 122 different projects, so in a short space of time. So that's really impressive. It took us a long time to get momentum and to get more and more teachers involved. They ran on a range of themes: foreign language, education and culture, healthcare, business, tourism. But these were mostly intra-European, okay? We didn't have much Europe and South Med partnerships. I think of the 71, perhaps 7 or 8 were across this divide. And most of them were based on the kind of comparative model, though there were some challenge-based and project-based projects. And in terms of how intercultural learning was conceptualized for the evaluation, again, obviously we were working with the European Commission, who had very clear ideas on what needed to be assessed, right, the competence areas. So they wanted us to look at attitudinal change, and here we looked at self-esteem, curiosity, intercultural communication, attitudes towards people from different ethnic and religious groups. And this was done by doing pre and post tests, and then we looked at the effect size. Then we had perceived improvement in these areas: 21st century skills, global competencies, and activation. And I won't read out all the different kind of sub-competencies, but we did a factor analysis and grouped them, and this is how they emerged and the names we gave them. So this was mainly quantitative research. We also had open questions in the surveys, but then we also carried out focus groups and interviews with individuals in the different activities to support interpretation of the data, so to help us understand, you know, why certain results were found, also to explore individual stories, the impact on individuals, and looking at the long-term impact and engagement. And here is just the perceived improvement in skills across all the models. So here, I don't have time, and I didn't have managed to make slides that would have shown, you know, the differences across all the different models. But I think you can see that the perceived improvement of people, yes, who completed the project were this. This doesn't account for the people who dropped out, and I understand. So the percentages are high, but I think they are very high, considering that we're talking about online projects. So we have active listening, critical thinking, which were particularly high, skills to work in culturally diverse settings, knowledge and interest in global events. And then we looked at activation, which I think hasn't been looked at so much in other projects. This idea of sharing information about what you learn with others in your community, having an interest in further intercultural encounters through study abroad or virtual exchange. These were actually 2 different items, and interestingly, it was both. Right? It was 80%, both for study abroad, but also interest and experiences in virtual exchange was 80%. So there was a high response rate. Building meaningful relationships. And then challenging media misrepresentations of other groups. Now that's something very difficult. I mean, how many of us do this in our lives? So obviously it is the lowest, but it is a result that we were very pleased with. We did look at the results in terms of, look, we had various hypotheses. We looked at differences in terms of gender and region, and we found that gender, okay, the majority of participants were women, and there was some difference, but not so much. In terms of regional differences, yes, there was quite a difference, and I think the attitude changes in particular were stronger for the southern Mediterranean countries and on certain skills. We also looked at whether there were differences in people who had experience of mobility and those who didn't. And of the participants in the project, I think only 30% perhaps had spent more than 3 months abroad for study or for living. And interestingly there wasn't much significant difference, right? The differences were in those who hadn't had experience of mobility perceived greater improvement in intercultural competence. And that was pretty much it. And I think we explained that because the type of experience they were having was different, right? They were having different kinds of dialogues, different kinds of interactions, and engaging with different kinds of people than they would have in their mobility projects. But what I wanted to focus on is the differences between the models and the findings. And what we found was that the dialogue-based models had significantly stronger impact regarding curiosity, self-esteem, and above all, attitudes towards people with different ethnic or religious backgrounds. Okay, so they were much more effective in bridging this divide between European and Southern Mediterranean countries. And this was attributed to various factors. Again, thinking to the talk yesterday, this idea of intentionality, right? You design the project to address what you want it to achieve, right? And here, the focus was very much on intergroup dialogue, so seeing these divides and directly addressing it in the design of the dialogue interactions. There was also the sustained nature and the intensity of interactions. So these young people met for 2 hours and were just talking and listening every week for 4, 8, or 9 weeks, depending on which project. And that is actually quite an intense amount of time to be there listening and talking. It's not something we do very often in our lives. We're always doing, right? But actually talking and listening slowly is the nature of the interaction. The diversity of the group members, as I said, in these exchanges, they had European and Southern Mediterranean partners. So there was, and each group, they tried to put people from, as many different contexts as possible and also try and create a gender balance. So that was a factor. And the role of the trained facilitators in this, right? You can't just put 8 people in a room online and expect them to have a meaningful interaction, right? That doesn't happen. How many times we've been teaching on Zoom, you send them into breakout rooms and you see silent black screens. It doesn't happen, they need support. But from the interviews and focus groups, what we really found was this diversity amongst the people in the groups, with regards not only to geographic origin, but also their perspectives on the issues discussed. Life experiences, values, and beliefs. And this wasn't only the main contribution to participants' learning, but also what they enjoyed most about the exchange. So students in Europe, even those who had studied abroad, recognized the diversity of participants' backgrounds as an important factor of their learning. Participants came from countries that they had never visited. They brought to the table voices that they said are often marginalized, silenced, or demonized in public discourse and the media. Of particular impact on the European participants in the focus group discussions were their interactions with peers in Syria and Palestine. And these interactions were also mentioned by some of the facilitators as particularly impactful. Moments of change in participants where the change was tangible, right? So they were facilitating discussions, they could see the power of these moments. The interviewees in Southern Mediterranean countries, on the other hand, mentioned that they've had fewer opportunities than European students to engage with with the outside, if you like. They enjoyed the opportunity to engage with youth in Europe, but also felt the need to challenge the view that they felt Europeans had of them. So they saw these interactions as opportunities to be listened to and to be able to offer alternative perspectives than those that they feel European youth acquire in mainstream media. Then if we look at the comparative and collaborative projects, here, these were smaller scale, and as I said, mostly intra-European, hence greater geographic and cultural proximity, if you like, less ethnic and religious diversity in the classes, which is probably one of the reasons that there was little impact on this specific dimension of intercultural learning, right? Also, the majority of the projects didn't explicitly address potentially divisive themes like migration, religion, climate crisis. Something else is that there was a strong task orientation, right? Very often when you're focusing on a challenge, on jointly producing a product, and if this is for assessment, the focus is very much on the task, right? And you need to get it done. So there isn't the time left to engage with others in the kind of social parts of exchange. Strong potential for building knowledge about relationships between societies and their historic entanglement. So one of the advantages of this idea of having, two groups in specific contexts is the potential to really look deeply, at the structures in place, or the legal systems, or the histories of conflict, the relations that there are between specific countries. If we're kind of on a more global level, we don't look at all the individual contexts. So this is a strong potential. And one thing that we did is in the second and third years of EVE, we kind of had this cross-pollination between the models, and we added dialogue sessions within these exchanges, right? And so we had teachers who were having, their collaborative comparative exchange. They would ask facilitators to organize dialogue sessions for them. So there would often be a dialogue session at the beginning of the exchange so that the participants could get to know each other, in the middle of the exchange to see how it was going, right? To try and draw out the challenges that the young people were facing, and then also at the end for a debrief and for a collaborative reflection, as opposed to, or to complement the individual reflections that students were having. And we did find that, again, the causality hasn't been looked at, but there was definitely an increase in positive relationship building in these kinds of exchanges over the 3 years. So we found much more positive experiences. Because collaborating is challenging, right? When students are left to themselves to organize their meetings, to set up the activities, it is challenging. And through that, they do learn. That is a real world skill. It is effectiveness, right? So that is important. But as I said before, sometimes it didn't allow for the social side of things or the deep interactions. Obviously, there are limitations in these large-scale studies. I'm a qualitative person as well myself, and these large-scale studies miss the nuances and characteristics of different models. You're never going to capture all the minute details and possible reasons and hypotheses for things going wrong or things going well. Self-reported perceived improvement is seen as problematic by many researchers. I think it's valuable that students feel that they have gained skills, and I don't see it as being that problematic. Obviously, it's not the only tool we need, but I think that has a value in and of itself. And then obviously it's a European-funded project, so though we did manage to involve, Europe and participants from southern Mediterranean countries, who was calling the shots was the European Commission. So, it's a Western-centric, English was a dominant language, and there are inherent inequalities and bias in, the setup of the project and in the evaluation and research. But I think it's important to recognize this and to be aware of it. In terms of implications, I think different approaches to the design of virtual exchange in terms of culture and intercultural communication do lead to different learning outcomes, right? So we have an aim in mind, and we design our learning for that, hopefully to achieve these outcomes. Virtual exchange can lead to changes in attitudes towards people of different ethnic and religious groups, especially if the groups, if they're involved in the dialogue, right? Groups need to be diverse, and divergent perspectives need to be brought in and not suppressed. But a safe space has to be created, so we need, to have expertise in this and learn how to do it ourselves, or involve people who know how to do it. And then I think the nature and the terms of the partnerships that we build are important, right? What partnerships are we building with who, and how do we relate to each other? It's often easier for us as educators to stay in our comfort zone and collaborate with those who are more like us, whose education systems we know, and perhaps with whom we've already collaborated. So cultural proximity and familiarity of such partnerships might have less of an impact on students because we're not going out there, right? Again, as Tasky and Adam was saying yesterday. But this doesn't mean it doesn't have value, of course. The question is, to what extent can we say we really are enriching this ecology of knowledges if we continue to engage with knowledges produced in the global north by people who are very similar to us? And so just a couple of reflections on this theme. I find it useful to think in terms of convergent or functional interculturality and non-convergent and critical interculturality as outlined by scholars, critical scholars writing epistemically from the global south, such as Catherine Walsh and Mario de Souza. They talk about functional or convergent interculturality as aiming at mutuality and convergence and wanting to reduce difference. In such an approach, differences are seen to impede understanding and agreement, hence there's a need to reduce difference and agree on a solution. So it may be seen as a priority in situations where a solution needs to be found and a decision or action to be taken, and particularly in challenge or task-based virtual exchange. But it's important that we pay attention to power dynamics in such exchanges. So the question we should ask ourselves is, whose difference is reduced or removed, right? That of the other, the minoritized group, those who don't have the language or the confidence to make themselves heard in a group. It's important that we pay attention to this. And then a concern I have is that in European or Western discourses on virtual exchange and interculturality, there is this strong tendency towards convergent and functional, preparing students for the global job market, improving their employability through experiential intercultural learning that improves the individual's competence. Discourses on competence suggest that there's an arrival point, that we reach competence by going through a series of steps in a linear direction. It's seen as something that can and should be measured. Our knowledge and skills become complete. Western discourses on interculturality are also often ahistorical and focus on the present and the future, forgetting how internally and externally entangled our societies are in terms of histories of coloniality, modernity. So, this is what I wanted to say, essentially. I think that again, drawing on the work of Lin-Mario de Souza in particular, our objective shouldn't be completeness, right? We're never complete. We need to be aware that our knowledges are not complete and raise knowledge of our mutual incompleteness through dialogue by engaging with others, right? We're not aiming to reach a target, but we need to be aware of the complexity of the world and these dynamics. And I think virtual exchange does have the power to do this, right? We can do this. And I'm not saying that functional interculturality is wrong. I mean, that is something that we do need, but that's not the only thing we need, right? We also need, in the spirit of decoloniality, we also need non-convergent and learning to live with our divergences. And this is a wonderful picture that Raquel Escarpa, who was a friend of a student who took part in a winter school we organized, and this was a blended exchange. No, it wasn't blended, actually. This was purely a virtual exchange, sorry. It had gone from being a physical winter school to being a virtual winter school. And we had groups of students from Brazil, Netherlands, and Italy. And they came together for over 6 weeks, and every 2 weeks we had input of sessions, plenary sessions, and then we had dialogue groups. in the week in between, students in smaller groups had dialogues with a facilitator, and then at the end they had to produce something, a kind of report. And one of the groups produced a report, but then they also commissioned this artist, and she drew this picture, which I think very well represents what they came to learn from each other through this exchange. And so the questions I'd like to finish with is, how can we avoid reproducing coloniality in our virtual exchange practices? How can we use virtual exchange to enrich the ecology of knowledges? So bringing different knowledges to the table. And I will end here. Thank you.
Really interesting talk and presentation. So we will open the discussion round now. Feel free to, we still have no questions in the live chat. You can use the live chat anyway.
So far there are no questions from the live chat, so I'm sorry, you have to be first here in the room if you if you'd like to, of course. Just give me a sign.
Or ideas. These are questions open to you.
I'm not sure if I don't have a question or I have 1,000 questions. But I just wanted to thank you because you gave me a lot of food for thought. I think there's a lot I take home to my institutions, and now I could have 1,000 questions on how do you get your institution to listen to you as I listen to you, listen to me as I listen to you, etc., etc. So thank you very much. That was really inspiring. Thank you.
A pleasure. Thank you. Thank you. We have institutions. I mean, institutions are coming on board, and I think there is this tension in some institutions now between this kind of top-down and bottom-up, right? And so when it becomes institutionalized, which is something we've been fighting for, I've been fighting for, then you get these kind of new dilemmas, right? And so, you know, while you're on your own, you know, you have this freedom to do things, and when it becomes institutionalized, I think it's important. I think it gives us visibility as teachers. It allows us to to kind of enrich the classroom. When it becomes institutional, the kinds of partnerships are strongly encouraged from above. So, you know, you have calls for virtual exchanges with certain areas of the world, with certain universities, incentives. So it's not direct, but, you know, the incentives come for certain kinds of partnerships. And I've been seeing that recently, which is a concern. So I will happily engage with you on getting institutional support, but I think it's important also to be aware of the challenges.
Hi, Francesca. Thank you very much, first of all. What competence or what set of competence you will say are the most important for a facilitator in order to facilitate really an unbiased and, from a global perspective, global learning, virtual exchange?
So that's a great question. I myself had followed the training on facilitation that Solia, this dialogue program, has organized, and what is emphasized is there are various things. So in getting, you know, being able to get the conversation going, it's as a facilitator you take a position of impartiality. Right? So obviously we all have opinions, we have ideas, but in facilitating dialogue, you create a safe space where participants need to be able to feel free to express themselves and go beyond political correctness, if you like. It's really, you know, thrashing out the key challenge, you know, the things we feel, the emotional dimension. And facilitators in the training, we learn how to also recognize triggers, what it is that triggers us and gets reactions in us, right? That's just one example. To make sure that people are heard and So you know, the various skills like summarizing back, mirroring what somebody has said to ensure that what is said is not being misinterpreted, learning how to ask the right questions to get the conversation going, right? So certain kinds of question will lead to a productive dialogue, others don't. We also learn how to turn the temperature up and down. I like this metaphor because, you know, if we're all saying the same thing, we agree, yeah, climate change is terrible, we're not really going to get very far, right? So there are strategies for kind of, you know, raising and lowering the temperature to keep people engaged and involved and to really bring out things. So I think it's a very difficult thing to learn. And I think, you know, it needs to be done in a context with people who are expert at it. And I think it's perhaps one of the most undervaluated competences. I think we've seen an increase of interest in facilitators and people who know how to facilitate online conversations with COVID, right? But I really do think they are key to opening up certain kinds of dialogue. I mean, obviously that's not the only one, but I do think that is a key to deep, meaningful dialogue.
There's another question here and one there.
Thank you. I'm Christine Maté from DAAD. Just a brief follow-up question. Did you only look at the development of competences of the students or also at the competence development of facilitators and lecturers?
Yeah, we did. Yes, we did. We did post training surveys of the lecturers, and we also did of the facilitators to a degree. We did surveys, but facilitators are constantly kind of monitored and evaluated by the organisation. So that's a kind of ongoing process which we didn't actually publish.
Ah, thank you. And was partnership included in those? Like, kind of, did they feel it was at like a valuable exchange, or was it rather a European-centric exchange project that they participated in?
Sorry, I missed the beginning of the question.
Did they feel it was at eye level, or did they feel it was a bit biased towards Europe?
No, nobody explicitly mentioned bias, but I think that rarely comes out. I think it's kind of inherent in the project in a way. Maybe a few people mentioned it, but it wasn't largely mentioned. No.
Thank you.
And I'm running to the next question.
Hi. Many thanks for your presentation. Was really interesting and fascinating because it made me realize that virtual exchange is based on a complete different intention as a normal exchange. As most of the people working in an international office in Germany, we first laugh at the idea of virtual exchange because we thought this is not going to be the real one. But actually, I noticed that on one side we are all the time complaining that Erasmus students are staying among themselves. They do come to our classes, but they do not get so involved with German students. And I just didn't realize that in virtual exchange project, you do exactly that from the very beginning, and that's the aim of it. And it gives more argumentation in our institution to just promote this kind of exchange. So I just, wanted to thank you because we never thought about, we are thinking when we are sending our students abroad that this is going to happen somehow without intervention, that we hope they're going to mingle and they're going to exchange ideas, they're going to get in dialogue with the country they're in and the culture they're in, but this is not obvious. And from my perspective, welcoming Erasmus students in Germany, we perfectly know that they first get in contact with their own peer in Erasmus students, but less with the German students. So this is definitely another good argumentation for implementing such kind of exchange.
I mean, in relation to physical mobility, if I have time, I'm looking at Oregon. Yes. No, I mean, there were a couple of interesting projects in the EVE and which were blended, and one of them was a project where students were going to be going to Tunisia, I believe, I can't remember what it was, and there were students in Spain, Italy, France, and Algeria and Morocco, and some of them did the virtual exchange beforehand and others didn't. What the project coordinators reported is that it was incredible. When they arrived in Algeria, now I can't remember the exact place, those who had been interacting online and taking part in the dialogue sessions arrived, and they kind of got together, formed a group, and they were interacting amongst each other because they had, already got to know each other, right? And so they had overcome the challenges, which made that week much richer. They were able to do much more of the intended activities because they were already a few steps ahead. There are other pre-mobility exchanges that do this, and the University of Padua has the eTandem project, and students have found accommodation with Italian students through getting to know people before the mobility. It actually helps them integrate in the and so I think it's also valuable as a pre-mobility.
Okay, perfect. Great, Francesca. Thank you so much. And yeah, we're a bit late in time right now, so I would say let's do a 5-minute break, and we will start with the next presentation in 5 minutes. And thank you, Francesca. I have here my dear colleagues Anne-Christine Maté. She is the head of section Digitalization for Internationalization and Universities of Applied Sciences at the DAAD headquarters in Bonn. And Judith Wenham, she's a senior desk officer at the section Digitalization for Internationalization, and her focus is on to conceptualize and accompany the evaluation of the digital programs that both will now introduce. And we have around 20 minutes time, and then 5 to 10 minutes for questions. So thank you.
Thank you, Eugen. Great, so let's start. Okay, perfect. So the title you've already seen in the program, so we will start with this slide. It's about digital internationalization on all levels. And we'll share with you some insights into the programs that you've briefly heard about this morning from Mr. Harms, and share learnings from our evaluation. So this is the overview. It's going to be me starting, and then Judith Wenham takes over to talk a bit about the challenges, learnings, and then I'll conclude the session. So where are we? We have a context of internationalization in higher education where there are things happening that we can't change but that we need to react to, that we can't ignore. A central one is globalization. So we have international classrooms which are there. Some of it is intentional, some of it is unintentional, but we need to address the issue. We have digitalization, so there is an interconnectedness of the world, not just within universities, but also within the business world, within the world of work, where our students will head to after they finish their studies. And then there is everything related to sustainability, which are the goals that we strive for, but the challenges like climate change or the idea of how to achieve diversity and inclusion, they're there and we need to address them. We can't ignore them. And for us, digital internationalization is one of the key ways how to get through this, how to address those issues. So this is why we set up the programs that you can see here. You've heard the title this morning. I was a little concerned there wouldn't be anything left for me to say, but I will provide you some further insights into the programs. So to put them into perspective, we have the largest one, which is International Mobility and Cooperation Digital, IMKD. It's 6 projects for 3 years. Most of them, or 2 of them are ending this year, the others run until March next year. And it's at the higher education institution level. It's a structural program. If you want to know more, stay in this room for later. Then we have the middle one, which is International Programs Digital. IP Digital, it's study programs, master programs that have been running for 2 years at the point of application, and we fund them for 2 years to digitalize at least one track within their study program. So that it's possible for students, no matter where they are, first of all to start, independent of visa issues, for example, and then also to continue if they wish to without coming to Germany. We funded, or we selected 19 projects for 2 years in this program, and then the kind of smallest one, but the one with most projects, is International Virtual Academic Collaboration. Oops. Where the impressive number of 122 projects has been funded. We are now in the beginning of the 3rd round, if you want to say. We just published the call for application. If you still feel the need to do something in this field, it's open until the 5th of December. So just if you want to know more, talk to us later. It's at course level, so it's individual lecturers that come together and have joint projects in a collaborative way with the students. Then I'll briefly run you through the content of them because I think it's interesting to take away some of the ideas behind it. So for the largest one, for IMKD, we have 4 main goals. One relates to curricula, so it's the idea that within curricula there should be digital elements. This can be VR elements, like you will hear about in some of the other presentations during the conference. It can also be kind of more simple ones if you just include virtual collaboration within the curricula. It's already a first step. Competence development, we've heard a lot about in the keynote this morning. It's the idea of intercultural competences, so the really purpose-driven idea of working together and ensuring that students come together, that they exchange, but it's also digital competences. So the idea of not because I can use my smartphone doesn't mean I can also do virtual collaboration in a meaningful way. So this needs to be taught too. On the administrative level, it's the digital exchange of student data. So not the idea to send around piles of paper, to print them and to sign them on paper and then to return, but to ensure it's, in the ideal case, paperless or at least paper reduced. Automatic recognition means that students have an idea before they go whether they will receive credits for it at their home institution, and the structure behind are databases that ensure what has been done before, what has been recognized before, and how will this impact the future. And the technical infrastructure is mainly about linking learning management systems and campus management systems with interoperable solutions. So it's not just at the institution level or the national level, but it needs to cross borders. Then we come to the middle one. I won't go into details because probably that will take too long. But if you're interested, we can talk about it later. I will briefly touch upon the three main parts. So how to digitalize a study program. First, we need lecturers. Then we need support, and we need administrative backup. So for lecturers, it's the idea of didactic concepts. It needs to be done in a way that's intentional. It doesn't just happen on its own. It, of course, also needs technologies and the respective materials. That's a lot of initial effort, but it will pay out in the long run. And then the last one is the competences that need to be assessed at some point. And in the ideal case, it's not just quizzes, but it's more than that. For support, it's social support, community building among students, and also the availability of contact points. So if one has a question, it's not about walking into a room, but it should be a chat that's open or an email address that can be dealt with. The administrative part relates to PR. Someone needs to know there is a study program. Then enrollment, so it's not about showing up at a university and signing a paper, because in a digital world we need alternatives for this. I know it's a challenge for a lot of institutions, especially in the German context, but it's a point to be addressed. Then the portals, the organization, the backbones of it, it's also addressed in some of the other presentations during this conference, and certificates which need to be issued in a digital way. About the smallest one, about IVAC, it's dear to my heart. It's virtual collaboration with partner institutions, so it's really at the student and the lecturer level. It's about equal opportunities for students and for lecturers, the idea to include as many persons as possible. It's internationalization at home, if you want to call it that way. The competences we touched about, the IT infrastructure needs to be there, of course, as well. In this case, it can be simple IT infrastructure, but depending on the universities, some have advanced structures that can be used, so this is one way to use them. And it's about communities of practice to ensure that it's a real collaboration, it's not just working side by side. This is how it looks like kind of in the overall picture. It's international partner universities all around the world. At the moment, there are 303 in 72 countries. Quite impressive. And as you see, it is Eurocentric. There are some in the Americas, but it's also global in a way, so we're getting there. There's potential for more, but hopefully at some point you can contribute to it as well. And with this, I will hand over to Judith.
Thank you. Yeah, as my colleague already told you, it's a really pioneering nature of our new digitalization programs. So we undertook accompanying measures in addition to the funding. So you can see the main points here: community building. We organized monthly roundtables with different topics, and the projects could share their challenges, best practices, and network together to to work on their programs. And we also did an evaluation, or we are still working on it. We just want to evaluate the outcomes of the 3 programs and do it in a structured way to 5 different topics, e.g. The competence development of students or the teachers, or how the project shaped the institution's strategic process of internationalization and digitalization. And I want to give you some first results from these accompanying measures. So first we will have a look at the identified challenges, and then I come to learnings and resulting recommendations from this. So having a look at these challenges, you see if the text boxes are darker and bigger, that means the more often the challenge was mentioned in our online survey or yearly focus groups and interviews with the projects. So we see that some points like semester times or culture and language are evident in most internationalization programs and do not exclusively apply to digital international projects. But if we look at others, like for example time and resources or data protection or student status, that is more for digital courses. So data protection is a really big topic, I think, because that's also linked to Corona mode. So while this Corona mode, several tools were just legal at the most universities, and now they're changing back to what was before, and now a lot of universities have problems with data protection and find the right tools for digital formats. Okay, so I come to the next slide, to the learnings. So it's just a small dive into our evaluations. It's not all the findings, but just to give you an idea what will be there next summer from us. You can see it in 3 different topics: didactic, infrastructure, and administrative. So if we look at didactic learnings, we see that ice-breaking activities are really important to make students warm up with each other and find the way into the course. Then regular feedback and check-ins with students have been proven really advantageous, so involve the students. I think that was something what Bernadette yesterday in the panel discussion also said. Include students in everything, and so you have an idea what are their needs. Also, when it comes to digital examination, think about alternative formats. So we had a pitch from the Köln University of Applied Sciences, and they, for example, did elevator pitches or hybrid role plays to examine their students. When we come to the next topic, infrastructure, especially when you work with countries in the development context where internet is not so strong as here, work with low bandwidth tools. For example, Miro, or if it even too hard, then work with asynchronous formats. Then concise the technical instructions at the beginning to make everyone feel comfortable with the formats you're using. And of course, coordinate with data protection officer, also about the platforms you want to use and which tools are okay with your administrative side. And the last one, administrative, it has to show that its advantages that start with proven partners. The trust level is higher then. You maybe have a strong relationship already together. yeah, and then it's easier to start. Otherwise, it's sometimes good to meet physical in the beginning and then do regular coordination meetings. Yes. Then qualification and support for lecturers. I think there was a question for the keynote as well. So the facilitators and lecturers have to have the competences to do it in the right way, to do student-centered lectures. And block courses work around semester times, but do block courses instead. And then I will end with some recommendations. Put it in 2 different directions. The first one is the system or the policy. So what can the policy do to define the next step in digitalization and internationalization? So a political vision for future or modern learning would be useful. So universities know what will come next and which targets do we have to address, and that would be a good start. Then the enhancement of higher education didactics. So a recognition of the additional workload and the teaching load would be a starting point. I think the projects can confirm that it was a lot of workload there. A transparent legal framework is, for example, for digital exams, that's really differing across the different states in Germany. So, transparent legal frameworks would be really good in that way. And European standards, for example, for the used tools or data protection. And then we come to the other direction, the higher education institutions. I think that's where most of you are working. So an integrated process within the institutions. So involve different stakeholders within your institution. For example, the international office, the data center, the study advice service, the study program development, or the didactic centers. If you work together on it, then I think you find a better way. Create incentives for digital formats. For example, offer sufficient qualification measures, or think about providing even more for engaged persons. And the last one, rethink mobility and use the potentials which digitalization brings to us. So it's not about banning physical exchanges, it's more about widening your portfolio and not stick to mobility as we know it from the past years, but make it more flexible. And with this recommendation, I will hand over to Ann-Christine again.
Yeah, thank you. Just for the closing, to wrap it up, I know we're preaching to the converted, as the other speaker already said, but we would like to end on a note that might kind of give the last little incentive for you to start, restart, or consider talking to us. So why do we do it? What does really come about on a personal level? Just really brief examples from some of the projects that we fund. The first one regards Finnish students with family responsibilities. Those group of people, they would not have had the opportunity to gain international experiences. They participated in a project where they drew up kind of scientific comics, which are presented in a parallel session. So go talk to the representative afterwards. But it was the EHS Dresden, and they really worked together and were able to include student groups that otherwise would not have had the chance to participate. So that's one way to do it. Then the second example are remote control laboratories. It's by the University of Jena, and they 3D printed parts that can be added to laboratory settings, kind of standardized platforms for experiments. so that students from abroad have a digital model of this experiment set, and they can control it in a virtual way. So that you can have group work with part of the group sitting in Germany and part of it sitting abroad. And this really offers new ways of working. So I think it's a brilliant example that we can go beyond those restrictions of the physical realm. And the last one is about linking learning management systems. It's from the FH Bielefeld, and we've got representatives in the room. So if you're interested to know more about how to enable access of students from different universities across borders to the systems of the university, then go talk to Juana Salas. And on that note, I would like to end, and we're open for questions.
Thank you very much for this insightful presentation. We have some, I would say, 5 to 7 minutes for some Q&A, but then there's also the panel that you two are hosting, so we can dive deeper into some of the topics there. Also, we have one of the virtual speakers already waiting, so this, but first, questions from the room, if there are any. Give me a sign, yeah.
Thank you so much. Friederike von Reden, Fulbright, Germany. Thanks very much for the overview. I was just wondering regarding the training of the staff and faculty, is there also a program or a training which the idea is supporting, or which maybe stemmed from all the projects and community building you've been doing? Because I'm assuming everybody grapples sort of with the same tasks and yeah, skills they need to learn to do this. Maybe if you have a recommendation there, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Good question. So there are different elements of it. One is kind of training in a classical way, as you would know, as in having a course and being taught something and applying a little bit and then go and try it out. That would just be possible to kind of be part of regular programs that we fund. So if projects have it within their application, then they just offer training for their staff. That's kind of one point. Then I think a lot can be learned from the experiences of others. So the sharing element is part of what we do in the community building. There are synchronous exchanges during the so-called Stammtisch, which is kind of the exchange in a virtual way, of course, between the ones involved in the project, but we also have a LinkedIn group. If you're interested, come and talk to us. We can give you the title and then you can join, because that one is open, also beyond the programs that we fund. And then for those who are at a university and still struggle getting kind of around the digital way, or also for your colleagues, there are seminars from the IDA, the International DAAD Academy, and those also touch upon issues such as virtual exchange and have kind of a more structured, guided way through those fields. Further questions?
I'm standing right here. I don't know if you don't see me. No, okay. All right, if there are no further questions, then I would say again, thank you very much for the presentation, and let's move on to the next topic. Thank you.
Oh, hello. Okay, I will take over from my colleagues for the next panel discussion. And I'm really happy to welcome the EMKD projects we already mentioned in the presentation before. We said we have 6 projects. You see 4 coordinators now here and 1 on the screen. And one project is missing today because of, I think, time issues, yes. So as you already heard, it's a really pioneering program, IMKD. I think the first 2 projects started in 2019 and the others followed in 2020, and they are sadly coming to an end now. But I'm really happy that they share their experiences and best practices, lessons learned now here in this round with us. And with this being said, I would like to hand over already to you to introduce yourselves. We start with Lisa. Yeah.
Hello. Do I have? Yeah. Hello. My name is Lisa Westphal. I work at the Technical University of Berlin, or Technische Universität Berlin. I'm not supposed to translate it, but anyways, I coordinate the IDEA project, which is one of the EMKD projects. And today we said we present not the whole project, but each of us brought a course that we want to share our experiences with. So I'm bringing the Smart Sensing and Smart City School, which we conducted every year of the project, and then both participants of both schools participate in one hackathon, which is actually taking part right now. So I came this morning from the hackathon and I'm going back after. And it's an elective course, so we have a bit of a different topic sometimes as other projects that have mandatory courses. So that's why, just as a background for you to know, we have 4 international partner universities, the NTNU in Trondheim, the Krakow University of Technology, Dublin City University, and the Polimi in Milano. And maybe that's it for now, and I'll give the word to my colleague.
So is this working? Yeah? Okay, fine. So hello everybody, my name is Juana Salas and I coordinate another of the EMKD projects, this one at Bielefeld University of Applied Sciences. And the course I brought here today is one of our longest running coils. It has been on ever since the beginning in 2020. It's called Social Work in Times of Crisis, so you can imagine how it developed and why. It has been running ever since, so it is now running for the 5th time. So we have seen a lot of rethinking, redesigning, and trying to adapt everything to the needs of the students. It is a cooperation with the University of Gothenburg, and over the time we also opened it up to the University of Sofia. It is a course where students work in multinational groups, looking at concrete situations, concrete projects and cases, and what they do is they write block entries. So they were first trained in collaborative writing in the beginning, and then they go on during the semester. Yes, I think that is more or less what I can tell you. Over.
Yeah, hello. My name is Anne Senhen and I coordinate the Life Sciences project at the University of Göttingen. And the example I want to introduce today is we embedded international excursions in the life sciences and actual courses, and got the students to engage virtually in preparation of these excursions and actual on-site international learning experiences in international student teams online, and in order to share also the experiences, the international experiences better with the students at home, the students were guided and engaged to present their experiences in videos and blogs throughout the course. And Yeah, the example I brought today was together with the university in Talca in Chile. And yeah, with this I hand over to my colleague.
Good morning. My name is Michael Krüger. I'm from the Ludwigsburg University of Education, and the example I brought with me is a course called Education Marketing. This course is part of a master's program called International Education Management, which our university is running together with Hell University in Cairo since 10 years. And the characteristics of this program are, yeah, I guess I need to explain them a little bit because they have huge impact on the course itself. Well, it's a very global program. We have 25 students, or participants as we call them, from literally all over the world. They're coming from 15 to 20 nations each year, many of them of so-called developing countries. Our students are preparing for leadership positions in education, and this education marketing course is part of this program. So the specific challenges of this program is that all the students, they are studying while working and while having family responsibilities, so it can't be done very much in a synchronous way. We have to work asynchronously. At least in the online parts, and then we have these attendance phases. They all are living in 12 different time zones, so you see it's, well, I guess our program is more, or the example I brought with you is more about preparing exchange than the exchange itself. The exchange then is then in the attendance phases or whatever, but not in that online part that we are talking about, what I could talk about today.
Okay, we will try it now with you, Mr. Wolf. Would you like to introduce yourself? Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, my name is Carsten Wolf from Dortmund University of Applied Sciences and Arts. Sorry for not being able to come to Berlin. We have quite lively times for various reasons in Dortmund, so I didn't make it. But I'm happy to see you at least online, and it also fits to some extent to the format of our projects. So we are having the project Mandy. It's about learning about managing the digital transformation and about digital education ecosystems. And one format that I would like to present, I would call it a format, it's called Agile Cross-Border Projects that we are using in various classes. And we have courses on agile project management. So the idea is that we put students into a learning situation for several weeks, so-called sprints, where they're collaborating online on solving a problem. In this course that I brought here, it is about developing a sustainability app in mixed teams between students of the University of the Basque Country and Dortmund University of Applied Sciences and Arts. And yeah, inherently, I would also call it a COIL, inherently, because it's about project management methodology. They are learning to do, let's say, virtual cross-border projects. So that is the idea behind it. So yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wolf. So we see we have really 5 different projects here and different courses. So every project is unique, but still they agreed on 5 different key lessons learned, which we will discuss today. And I would like to start with the first one already. It's invest in planning and preparation. I think most of you might know this, that it's, yeah, we talked about it before, data protection and stuff like this. So yeah, I would like to hand over to Ms. Salas first.
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, it's like whenever we talk about digital lessons, sometimes we forget that it's exactly the same preparation that we also need for in-person. But the thing is that as it is much more difficult to improvise, you probably have to invest even more time in preparation. So you have to think very, very carefully about what to do, how to set everything up, so that then your class can go smoothly. So in our case, we have the luxury of being able to partner up with the different professors who want to do a coil. So we meet them first, and then we talk about their learning objectives, what skills they want the students to learn. And then we give them kind of, well, a discussion partner, a sparring partner really, somebody who really thinks everything through with them. So of course we also offer workshops for teachers, but we found out that the best way to do it is really individually with each teacher as he or she goes on planning her or his lesson. So what we do is we meet up, we see learning objectives, skills they want to teach. We think about what is a good methodology. Sometimes they already know, sometimes they have only a vague idea. And then we see which would be like good tools. They have to master the tools, of course, before they go in. So this is all these preparations that we do. Then we have to think about, do you need something like an extra input? For example, in the course that I talked about, the idea is that they do collaborative writing. So what we do is, one of my colleagues who is sitting over there, by the way, he goes into the course as a facilitator and gives them a workshop on collaborative writing, which he does without the teachers being present. So he also uses this workshop to give them a possibility of getting to know each other. So they have a nice breaking part where they really, because I mean you can't like throw them into a virtual course, they are like in there and they are not going to meet because they are not sitting next to each other. So they need to get a sense of belonging to the group, which is something that Max does when he goes in. Yeah, so it is really important to take into account that if you have a collaboration going on, this collaboration is going on between people. It is not going on between, I don't know, whatever it could be, students or no, it's really the person that is important at that moment. So you have to also think about how you're going to accompany the students during the semester, how you're going to prepare them if you have an exam at the end for the exam, how do you collect feedback from the students while they are going. So there are like many, many things you have to think about apart from the obvious things that are things like what are the semester times, what is the time of the day, how many people are participating, how many universities are participating, how is the quality of the internet they're using. There are so many things that you have to think of, and it is good to do it beforehand because if not, they're going to disturb your classes while you go on. So, I don't know, anybody else? Oh yeah, time management, another one, really important one, because it's like, if you don't plan beforehand, it is, even in normal classes, you normally, if it takes you like 5 minutes longer, it takes you 5 minutes longer, no problem. But if you go online, normally it's like it's tacted very, like one lesson stops, the next one is starting in the next minute. So it's like you have to think about all these things and take them into account. I don't know if anybody else wants to, yeah.
Yeah, I completely agree. And maybe just to add a bit more of what I think specifically to digital international courses that lead to more preparation time is also, for example, what learning management software do we use? How do we get all students in there? And I also think it's a lot more communication because you need to give, let's say, the foreign participants different information than your own students. Especially if you have a blended format and if students are coming also, I don't know, especially for TU, I don't know if the same for you, but if I want money for the students, I have to give the university a lot of time in order for the students to actually have money when they arrive here. It didn't work this time. The students are here, they had to pay the hostel, they had to pay their trip here. They'll get the money at some point, so I think there's some things that really are on top of, I mean, for every course it's good if you take time to prepare. But I think there's some specific things that are, especially for international digital courses, that add up to the time you need.
And sometimes you also have to apply for a funding program in advance, so it takes time as well. Yeah.
maybe comment from my side for the preparation. So that was also feedback of students. The tolerance towards poor preparation is less in such a blended format. And also it needs to be written information is our experience, because you have a one-to-one communication with the students. They are not interacting with each other in the first place. And that was the feedback when we did this the first times, that they were criticizing that things were unclear or it was not sufficiently described. So our feedback would be also that a very good preparation, also a documented preparation, very elaborated information material is important. Also to make sure that students can start immediately and that you are not having a long lead time for sorting out the issues. So that was our experience. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. So do you have any further advice on this thesis? Otherwise, due to time issues, we come to the next. It's about teaching units. So keep your teaching units short and sweet. And I would maybe add something from the RWTH Aachen, which is the project which is not here today. When we had our last coordination meeting from the program IMKD, we asked Mr. Schlatter, who is the person for the virtual reality mine, which is the university using, and we asked him, how long is it possible for students to do this virtual reality, to be in this mine? And he said, 15 minutes maximum, because then students get sick from it. So that's maybe, we cannot translate the lectures into the virtual format. But yeah, I would like to hand over to Mr. Krüger, who has also a lot of experience with teaching units.
Yeah, but no advices. Sorry. Just lessons learned or problems detected. Okay, so again, in our program, again, it's more or less asynchronous, so it's more about developing learning materials, videos, animations, graphics, whatever, to prepare students in their countries, and to bring them on a certain level of knowledge, and then to be able to exchange with each other, but then really on base of models that they have already learned. So that's the idea. And the problem is that, of course, if you're learning at home, having 100 other things to do, you're having your family, having your job, it has to be engaging in a way. So that's, again, the first really difficult part. And again, it has obviously not to be too long, and you have to be informed before how long it will take, because, and again, you have to maybe to prepare dinner or whatever. So that's something. Yeah, and this is a kind of a challenge that we felt that we have, just to try to change the format, to sometimes to have kind of animated videos, then real videos, videos in front of a green screen, and then kind of animation, just making changes a lot of, just to keep people exposed to different kind of media, and again keeping it as short as possible. And the last thing is that we always try to bring it on multiple channels. So it's not only the visual; it's also usually they get the text, so they see what they what is said there, and usually and after that you have a kind of an activation, so that you again have to more or less to do the same thing and to work with what was said. It's not really adding more, it's not even a transfer, it's just more kind of repeating what was said, trying to have a kind of a very simple multiple choice test, just repeating what was said, just to be active, because this again is something that you are not when you are not in the classroom. So that's maybe how we try to deal with it at the moment, and curious to hear about your questions and impressions and whatever.
Yeah, if there are questions in the audience, you can always raise your hand and I will try to include you in the discussions. Otherwise, okay, we already have the first one.
Just a quick one, one short.
For a video, I would say 5 minutes. And again, this is quite difficult because you know we are planning units for 90 minutes, and we are trying. Of course, we are testing them too, but in the first moment, you try to bring yourself into the position of the learner, and okay, would you still be active here? What is the next possible step? It's very abstract, but what I feel is if you change it a lot, if you be active and if you change every 5 minutes something, then maybe you have a chance. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much. But I also want to highlight it's very useful in international learning settings to have also a plate of material and to offer to the students, because learning is so different how it happens at an individual basis. And what's also what you mentioned, I totally agree that to definitely have time to reflect across learners and learning groups, so that they have the chance to continuously reflect what I have learned within the last small unit and sweet unit, hopefully. Yeah, so to have time to incorporate this in the settings, the scenarios is, yeah, important.
Yeah, maybe just to add to your question, what's short? I know that we also discussed that before. I remember you were saying maximum 20 minutes of any input session. We didn't really accomplish that, but at least we split like the 1.5 hours of lecture. We said, okay, only 45 minutes lecture, and then the students have to discuss in groups, in like virtual breakout rooms, and then they have to ask, they have 15 minutes, and then they have to ask the professor or the teacher that question, so there is some kind of a discussion. So, and what I would also say that I think virtual courses highlight a problem that exists also in other, like in-person teaching, because maybe we should say goodbye to 1.5 hours of one person talking. And I think it's just more clear in virtual settings.
So, very last remark on that, because if we're talking about videos, small bits of information, it's pretty sure that this can't be done by one person only. You have usually the lecturer or the professor, whoever, who's the kind of content expert, and in our programs, I guess you have even a whole group, tandems from, and then you need someone who is responsible for the videos. Usually then you need someone who is responsible for the literature base, because all the videos have to be scripted before they can be produced. And you need someone who is then maybe responsible for the learning platform and for all the technical issues. We have these people here within our IDEN project. Egi and Matthias are here. But this is again something I'd say if we would go for this type of learning in a sustainable way, it needs much more personnel. It can't be done only by lecturers. It's simply impossible.
Yeah, and talking about videos, like videos, even if they are very short, they are a passive way of learning. So whenever you have the chance, give them the video first and then let them apply it. Let them do something with it. Because if not, it goes in and out very, very quickly.
Yeah, maybe also comment from my side, if you have a pure online setting, in our cross-border online setting, then you have also the chance to have smaller, let's say, quizzes, tests, feedbacks, because people are anyway at the screen. You don't need to go into an exam setting or something like this. Doing after a short unit, a small online test or a quiz or a feedback, or even a short presentation, it's much easier, because you don't have the people don't need the time to switch into a different situation. So I see also advantages for this, especially for these smaller units, if you are in an online setting.
Okay, thank you. We will already come to the next phrase. So we talked a lot about the teaching and learning, but which is also really necessary when we come to internationalization is the student collaboration. And one of your phrases is place student collaboration at the heart. And yeah, Ms. Westphal.
Thank you. I think key to student collaboration is the question of how do we keep the students engaged, and this also, like, it goes back to what we've just discussed with the teaching units. I think we had a phrase when we were discussing this before also, how to emotionalize the students, because if you're emotionally involved, if you meet people there that you like, you're more likely to follow the lecturer actively rather than just passively. And we had some learning during our project there. The first time we had group work, we had discussion, like didactically we included collaboration, but then we noticed students are not really talking much to each other apart from exactly what they have to do. So in the second year we introduced before each, because we only have block courses, so before the block courses, the week before, we do a virtual get-together where it's not about the course, where it's only about getting to know each other with some icebreaker games, with, I don't know. It's always a bit embarrassing, but I have the feeling that it works so that the discussions that the students have during the course actually change because they know who they are discussing with. So that's one learning we had, which worked really good. Also for the exam, we have now, we introduced portfolio exams, so we have some tasks that they can do on their own, but also group exams. And maybe just one example from our smart sensing course, which I found really was a really great idea, was we had an Arduino workshop. I don't know if some of you know what Arduino is. It's like some really small computer, like that way, is that where you can learn programming. And we send a package of like different tools and cables and batteries and the Arduino computer to each student at their home where they were living at that moment. And then they had to set it up in an online setting. And I think that was kind of a nice way to have some kind of feeling, oh, we're doing something together, and we have, it's still virtual, but we have something we can touch that we can work with. And I think that was really appreciated by the students. And maybe, I don't know, you have some other examples of student collaboration?
Well, I mean, it's like everything else. It's like exactly the same thing we are doing here while we're meeting. We are meeting because the sum of each of us together is much more than every individual. So that is the idea. Give them a safe space, make it possible for them to throw their ideas together and see what comes out of it, to use the synergies. And this is something that they really need. And this is what makes it special. And the problem is that it doesn't come like easily. You can't just throw them into a room and it happens. It's not like that. It's not magic. So there needs to be a sense of belonging to the group and really give them the idea that they can, and that they can even like utter ideas that might even seem a little bit stupid, but I don't know, if you put them together, sometimes what comes out is magic. So this is something that I feel was difficult in the beginning because everybody felt very insecure. That was also when they didn't put on their cameras in the beginning. So it was this black wall that didn't help anybody. And it was difficult because for us, we also didn't want to force them to turn on their cameras. But after a while, I think that they themselves realized that it works much better if they do so.
Yeah, I just wanted to underline what also Lisa just said. No matter what discipline you're coming from, we are in the life sciences had some challenges to also let the lecturers take their time for the icebreaker situation, because if you in the life sciences, even if it's the focus of the learning objectives is not the intercultural competences at the first line, still this is most important issue, and you have to spend some time, invest some time, and get the students to know each other and get engaged, actually.
Yeah. Putting students' engagement into the center, I guess I don't contradict, but I just want to add a question. When? Well, because I think learning and exchanging is not entirely the same thing. Just want to give you an example. If we, in our study program, are talking about educational leadership and how the educational leader should should be. You could start a discussion on that, and then all the students, they are discussing about their superiors and their bosses and how and what they experience and whatever. I guess that is quite interesting, especially if it is very, very international. But of course, you cannot go over a certain level as long as you do not have any models of whatever power distance or what exactly does leadership mean, what's the difference between leading and managing or whatever. So I would say this, if you have a kind of a exchange at the very beginning, it's quite nice. It is engaging. But yeah, learning, especially in the context of higher education, is not just nice and interesting. So, and this is why we try to do it in this kind of a flipped classroom concept. Just try to learn a little bit about the concept, and then try to engage and come together. Maybe even fly around the world, meet other peoples, and then start a discussion. Based on some knowledge that you already have, and I guess this is something, that could maybe be an interesting point. Just exchange, of course, put it into the heart, but when, and what could maybe be the preparation of this exchange.
Okay, so you would say that you first start with the teaching and learning, and then you put the student collaboration a little bit later. Mm-hmm. Yeah, maybe we have some voices.
Let's get this to a discussion. So let me contradict. So I would really invest in student collaboration first, and then, of course, maintain the student collaboration over time. Give them input. Again, student collaboration, input, student collaboration, go on like that. Because what they need in the beginning is this, what I said, like a sense of safe space, to know that they can utter whatever they want to utter, and then discuss about it, and that nothing is like completely wrong. Everything is contributing to the conversation. So I would like go little by little, and we have a question.
Yes, Regina Brautlach, Hochschule Bonn-Rhein-Sieg. We've been engaged in virtual exchange for the past 10 years, and I think building rapport before you work is very important. This is something, if it's on a virtual space, but also in a simple space that we're here. If we don't build rapport, we can't work together, and we underestimate the power of getting together and first building rapport. I will not work with you if I don't know you, so we need to, in a virtual space, also offer that opportunity. And this is where we tend to, as teachers, myself, we have our curriculum, we have all that pressure of the 12 or 14 weeks, and we fight between building rapport before we start working, or do we start working? And I think it's a really crucial discussion that you're having right now. And from our experience that we've had, we've added more and more building rapport and less content, because otherwise there is no working in collaboration. If we have 2 semesters, I think it will be easier. Our problem is always that our programs are always based on 1 semester, which makes it really challenging. So I would agree with that. Building rapport is what we call it, getting together and doing activities of cultural nature before we start our content is really important. And the fight we have internally is always, how do we balance that act? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that comment. Maybe to make it a little bit more concrete, what exactly do you do before the learning and the teaching starts? So you said something about making yourself a little bit stupid. I'm curious, what exactly did you do?
Well, the first part was never that embarrassing. We used a tool where we had a certain set of questions that students could log into and answer at the same time. Like the first question, how are you feeling right now? And then on a scale of 1 to 5, and then it displayed all of the answers together. So that was easy. Where are you from? Where are you right now? those kind of things. And then we played a game, for example, aliens have landed. So we said, okay, aliens have landed, and you have to explain the aliens, what your expectations are for the course using 4 emojis. And you should discuss in groups what kind of 4 emojis you want to show and why you think those are the 4 emojis that explain what you want from this, or what you expect from this course. And it's always when we explain it, we looked into funny faces, but in the end, I think it was a good way to get the students to start talking to each other. So it's just, I mean, yeah, it's always a bit weird, but it worked for us. I don't know, maybe you have other examples of games.
Maybe not an example, not from the field excursions course, but also from our summer kind of school campus. There we also, the topic was shaping future landscapes, and the students had to bring a short kind of picture presentation with pictures from their home landscapes and also from their images which also showed their interests. It was really, really important because, I mean, it's not important for the course itself, but we had lots of cat persons, so they connected at the first place from the very first second. But maybe another example, we also had like an online cooking kind of event where students were able to bring the kind of international recipes and try to kind of cook together online. This was kind of difficult at the first place, but it also made that students get engaged and knew each other on a different level, which was important for the success of the course itself.
Yeah, in the spirit of being like very individual, what we did is we created like a catalog of different ice-breaking possibilities so that the different teachers can choose different things that they feel comfortable with. Because the thing is, like, if the teacher already like feels uncomfortable with a game at the beginning, and many teachers do, then it's even more difficult to get the people to get involved and feel comfortable. So we have this luxury in the project that we do have Max, who is sitting over there, who is our facilitator. So he has spent a lot of time thinking about how to make people feel comfortable, students as well as teachers.
Maybe comment from my side. I would also support Regina's statement that investing into this collaboration and making them start to communicate and collaborate is very important. In our format, it's the heart of the whole thing, that they have to do a project together and to collaborate. And we have one element that we are using. We do a team-oriented personality test, the Belbin test, for example, where you find out about what kind of team personality you are. And that is something that makes students at least think about this and start to talk about this. And another element, we already mentioned this safe spaces. So we let them use tools which they are familiar with, WhatsApp, Discord, or something like this, where we as teachers are not present. That seems to be something that allows them to do this. By the way, online cooking we also did once, and games are also a way. So there is a number of things, but I also agree that it's very important, at least for our format, to open them up to start to communicate. They don't know each other. They are sitting individually in front of a computer, and so I believe it's a very important element.
Yeah. Okay, we have a question here. And another one here, yeah.
Hi, it's more 2 comments more than a question. Thank you. I'm part of Anna Zenhen's team, and in the Live Science Q project, we produced actually a cooking book that has come out of 2 events of cooking together, and it was quite fun. The first one was a little bit difficult because they put me to the test and made me do shakshuka, but then they took the things in their hand and quite frankly brought them together. The second point to bring people together is humor. When we went and decided for the title of the summer campus, it was Shaping Future Landscapes, Perspectives from Trees, Cows and Snails. And you would have imagined that everyone would have cheered. Our dear professors were like, yeah, but we spent so much time on choosing the title, so be it. And you should have seen the faces of the students, because we asked them before time to tell us which animal they would identify, or in this case, would it be the tree, cow, or the snail, and why? And then they got badges where we have illustrated all these three, and they were very proud to wear them and get together in the tree. Until now, they say, I was part of the tree group. Nobody knows what that is, but then they explained that to you. And so it was suddenly interdisciplinary. Not everyone from Talca hang out together as they did in the beginning. And humor indeed brought them together. But we had to create space, despite the disagreement of some of us. Thank you.
Okay, I think we have another comment or question here.
Yeah, a question.
Yeah.
I think I have a little voice. I can also... online. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Thank you. Alexander Götz from Studies Central. So I'm not actually coming from the academic side, but from the EdTech side. And coming from the technical side, apologies if this is a very broad question, but I would like to know what were the biggest challenges in the digital setup and technical side when it comes to applying these concepts you just spoke about. You had a lot of different very interesting ideas or concepts of breaking up longer modules into smaller items, into engagement through collaboration, and that all even in an international context. I could imagine that there were a couple of technical challenges, hurdles, maybe even limits, and I would like to know what were the most significant ones. Thank you.
Yeah, that is perfect starting point for the next topic. I think if we want to know more about ice-breaking methods, there is a complete workshop about it from Mr. Köster. So you can talk about it more than there. And the next phrase, which is quite to your comment, is the technological part. So keep techniques as simple as possible. Maybe you can give us some examples what you did. Mr. Wolf, I would start with you.
Yeah, so I fully agree to this. If the technology is very complex, then you have, especially if it is a big group, you can already anticipate that you have in the beginning a lot of time to deal with this. Yeah? And therefore, it is important to do, let's say, something that is stable and is working, and where students are maybe already familiar with it. So having the same learning management system, having everything in this learning management system makes things much easier. Students will find it and they can familiarize with it. Also, it is very important that you are using tools which are working, which are not, let's say, prototype or need effort to be installed. And our experience is that keeping the IT environment stable with the same partners also helps. Yeah? So you don't have the issue that something is introduced that is not working for them. The focus should not be the online technology, but the content of the course. And we have asked this several times in evaluations, how much people were struggling with the IT technology, and it was usually something that they perceived as without big problems. Yeah? So, and that was important. If it was problematic, if there was technical issues, then it was in the feedback right in the beginning that it was not well prepared, that the technology did not work. But if it was working, then they said, okay, technology was no issue, and that is very supportive. So, it is not about having the best multimedia show, but about getting the people into work and into collaboration. And therefore, our recommendation is less is more. Do it with not too much fancy technical things. Yeah.
Okay. What about your technical challenges as well? So to come back to the comment.
Yeah. So. For that, in the beginning, we, for example, had this idea of connecting learning management systems. So we had an IT expert in the group, and for him it wasn't like an enormous challenge, so he was able to figure it out fairly quickly. But then we realized that sometimes we still had other problems accompanying it. So for example, we had only a week to get the people into the learning management systems because of like procedures of the universities, because if you involve more than one or two, it gets more and more complicated. So after a while we realized that perhaps we wouldn't need that connection for every coil, because sometimes something more simple would do the job. So that was one thing why we sometimes decided not to use whatever we created and to keep it as simple as possible. On the other side, what we also realized is having an IT person on board, because that was like our big advantage. It wasn't really a question of the limits of techniques. It was a question of the limit of administrative and rules and legal stuff. So very often we were able to do it, but then when we wanted to do it, the other universities said, oh no, because of data security, there's no way. So I don't think really that what we need for our kind of cooperations is technically very, very difficult. So I think like what I always got as a response when I asked my tech person was like, yeah, of course you can do it, but may we do it? And it was like, and he had like this voice, like very calm, telling you, no problem at all, on the technical side. And that turned out to be very true.
Yeah, thank you for these insights. What about the others? Which formats did you use to collect your teaching units, for example?
Well, we experienced that we have a kind of really a challenge in designing the user journey. So where to click and what window will open, and it makes a huge difference if the window is integrated or is it just an extra window, because usually it's a problem to come the way back. Or if you're just clicking on the video and this is part of an asset, whatever content container, and then you're in that asset container. And then if you want to navigate forward or backwards, then you're navigating within the asset container. You never find the way back to the original course. And or you're just using a kind of a video platform specific like YouTube, but only for your university. You have to re-enroll, and as an international student, usually this is an issue. Okay, you are enrolled in your learning platform, but now you have to re-enroll in that kind of YouTube thing. Again, you are losing persons, and this is always it's always about this designing the journey, the user journey coming, and usually you click and you go for the next step. But if you want to go back, this usually I think is an issue, not to lose orientation where you are.
In terms of keep it simple, we had also two scenarios. In some courses, we like the international partners agreed on like external tools to collaborate on, but we also intended to also include partner students in the learning management system of the University of Göttingen as part of their journey, because it's also a big value for potential students who want to go on a physical exchange later to already get to know the learning environment of a possible partner university. And it was, they also reported, so students who took part in a virtual exchange or online class in Göttingen already, they reported that it later was easier for them to get started actually when they came to Göttingen on a physical exchange later, because they knew where to search for courses, where to apply for exams, and how to connect with students and lecturers through this platform. So there are two sides.
I just wanted to make a quick comment or underline what Juana was saying, that the technical part is not always the biggest problem. Like we, for example, we don't have an IT person in our project, so for us, like connecting learning management softwares seemed fairly complicated, technically, but also administratively, like getting the rights of the administration to allow you to open up the learning management platform. So for us, the most simple solution was we had a company set up an own Moodle platform for our project where we can enroll the students ourselves. So the most simple solution, I think, always depends also on each university. So it's not the same solution for each setting. So for us, it was way more easy to just set up a Moodle platform, a new one for our project, than to fight with the administration.
We do the same. Maybe comment from my side, which is also feeding into this here. So we are trying to do both. So the technical onboarding of students, especially international students, is a challenge. So this identity management and getting them automatically on board or having a shared identity management is a topic we are working on, and we are trying it out. But we have in parallel, we have also the same, an own Moodle, an own Microsoft 365 tenant even, where the teachers can invite the students by themselves, because this is sometimes the only workaround. If the other things take too long, you are starting and then people say, yeah, we can solve it, but it will take 1 week. Then you have no chance, and you need to have a backup. And I have also to say, same as Bielefeld, we are using the Ilias learning management system. This is for international students and also teachers unknown to a large extent. So having a Moodle at hand can also help. So that's feedback from Dortmund.
Okay, thank you. So, yeah, you already mentioned it several times now. We come to the last phrase already, which is more about the challenges, especially about the administrative challenges. So be faced to get some. Yeah, maybe Ms. Zenhen, you want to start?
Yeah, it's not a secret, yeah. There were lots of obstacles, in particular when it comes to administration, but during this conference, we see lots of very brilliant and innovative examples of virtual cooperation, international virtual cooperation, and these cooperations, they foster and also drive, that we also negotiate on standards, and we have seen that there are quite a number of new forms of mobility, but administration is lagging behind to actually allow higher education institutions to implement it on a smooth way, I would say. So one particular challenge is the registration of students, the status of students. So virtual exchange scenarios can be implemented in different ways, so there is not always a need to register partner students at the home institution, but there is definitely a need of a kind of a new status who allows us to let students into the learning management systems, not on a long term, also in a flexible way, because like online classes, block courses, international excursions, summer schools, they have different names, but there's not yet a German-wide agreement on how we handle the registration of the students. And I'm from the, if I take the international office perspective, for us it's so valuable to count also these exchanges, because we need to count them, or record them at least, in order to further develop all our cooperation agreements, because this is now it's a part of mobility, and there's not yet the one solution how we can incorporate it in MOUs, for instance, or how we account these exchanges.
Yeah, maybe I can add to that from the other perspective, because I work at the department that is actually doing the courses. And we have a lot of discussions with the international office, because the international office wants to count everything, which I get. But for us, it's really an extra effort to enroll the students that are here for 3 days. And I need a lot of data from them. For me, I don't like to ask the students for so much data. So that's why I think this project or this program was really valuable, because it was the first time we had such a strong connection to the international office. Because I think usually the departments do all these courses, and most of the time the international office doesn't even know that there's a summer school going on right now, if it's not organized from the central, the head of the universities. So yeah, I think it's really good to have this discussion and maybe find compromise. Do we really need to know this and this and that? Or what information is important to you? And what is easy for us to ask the students, and at what point? Because time is also an issue. Sometimes 5 students say, oh, by the way, I cannot participate because I have conflicting schedules. And then I want to give somebody from the waiting list a chance. But for the international office, they need 2 weeks to enroll the students.
2 weeks is fast.
Yeah, more maybe. And when do we do it? Is it okay if 5 students are not enrolled, or how strict do we have to? So I think this is a really important discussion we need to have.
Yeah, for the summer campus or online courses, we use the guest student status in Lower Saxony to register the students, to also allow them to earn credits, which is also important for recognition later, of course. But yeah, for the BIPs, for instance, we were able to allow students to register as guest students without paying fees, but in general, it's not yet confirmed. So we attempt to change some of the laws in Lower Saxony, but the first attempt failed. But we're still working on having this more or less flexible student status for the different forms of mobility we just introduced. But yeah, still not yet. But you, I think you have the digital student status?
Yes, we got a digital student status, but only for a very, very small group of people. So while we were in the pandemic, we thought about, is there any possibility of creating a mobile mobility for the students? And we thought about very, very low. We thought about just is it possible for one student from another university to participate virtually in one of our classes? And of course, if you do that, you're not, your interest can't be that they have to have a health insurance, that they need to pay fees or whatever. So we tried to keep that very, very low, and it worked out. So, but it took us forever. So I think it is now it is now a formal status, like a week old. And we started to discuss that more or less 2 years ago. But it is a beginning. It is a first step. But it is true that all that administrative stuff is very, very far out of our reach. It's really difficult to change anything. So all the other things we discussed today, we can do something from the projects coming bottom up. But everything that is administrative depends very, very much on top-down instructions, and makes our life quite difficult.
Okay, I think we are good in time. We have maybe 5 minutes left to give you the chance to give a last advice or best practice from your project in maybe 1-2 sentences. Could also be something we already had in the phrases, but what was your lesson learned within IMKD? Whoever
Maybe
wants
I should start. I have a short statement. So the most impressive, due to the size of the project and due to the impact, was the learning curve for the organization itself. So we had a steep learning curve, and all the things that we discussed happened and led to a development of the organization. Maybe they can still not do everything, but we learned a lot. So that's my feedback about such big projects. Yeah.
So I'll go first then here. So for us, we really had a marvelous time in this project. We absolutely loved it. We did a lot of things. We talked to a lot of people. We changed a lot around, and we made ourselves heard, which was really fun. So it was really a very, very nice project. Many things are going to stay with the university, which we love. But I think my lesson learned is be as service-oriented and flexible and humorous as possible. And don't let anybody tell you can't do something. Just try it. And some things we did, we thought this is not going to survive but those are actually the things that are surviving in the end. So if you don't try it, you can't get it.
Yeah, I think, I mean, it's hard now to summarize the whole project, but I think the flexibility that you just mentioned in your listing is key. I mean, you have an idea, you start with a project, a proposal, and then a pandemic happens, or something else happens. So I think it's really good if you manage to stay flexible in your mind and say, okay, we have to throw that out, do something else, find another way to accomplish to accomplish the goals, but with different means. And I think this flexibility in mind is really important.
Yeah, and something I learned through the project was also that it's definitely worth it to keep internationally collaborating, because it drives technical innovations, and it also drives administrational innovations, hopefully. And it's important. So the international cooperation is kind of the basis for like moving forward in education.
Well, my lesson learned out of it is that, yeah, again, international teaching can't be done by only the lecturer. It needs much more personnel, and that means much more funding. I would say IMKD was a nice start. We reached a lot, but it was kind of a weird time. There we had this pandemic, and now the funding stops. And I don't really understand why, because internationalization still is important, digitalization still is important, but I don't know why. What we're doing now, obviously something else. Yeah, and I guess this is my lesson learned out of it. It will not happen just with nice talking or something. Like, it needs personnel, it needs money. This is not done aside of what you're doing all day long. This is, I guess, pretty clear.
Okay, thank you very much. We take that to heart. Yeah, and thank you for participating in this panel discussion. Also, Mr. Wolf, virtual. Thank you. And technologically, everything was fine here, I guess. Okay, thank you.
Unfortunately, we also had to refresh our laptop back there and had some slight technical issues. I think we're set up in just a minute, and then I can begin to introduce you.
No problem.
Just, it would be nice to have the presentation accompanying your talk.
It's all good. I'm getting calmer. Picture. That's okay. Give opportunity for people to come from the break. So.
This is also digitalization, I guess.
No, I was just saying that for all the years, all the different excitement of different things that happen. So presentation slides are gone, or technology doesn't work, the laptop doesn't accept something. So
license problem.
It is always the same. Yeah. I don't know if it's going to change.
Aha, there was something flashing.
We saw a flashing picture, but not my presentation. Oops.
Do you know the concept of PowerPoint freestyle?
Well, actually, I did a presentation at the university in Hanover a few years ago where the electricity went out, and I did my entire presentation without slides.
That's good.
And then the electricity came back up, and the next presenter presented with slides. So that's one of my stories that I tell to my students. I teach presentations, so yeah, so that can happen to you too, that the electricity just is gone, and then we don't even have to search for slides.
I know the other way around, that you get a random presentation from a very, very, I don't know, detailed topic of some sort, and you have no clue about this topic. Plant genomes or something, and then you just have to give a short presentation but make it very entertaining without knowing what is inside the presentation. This can be fun, but it can also be very brutal, I guess. Back there, can you give me a sign?
A signal?
Signal?
Or just get a picture.
Don't leave us hanging.
Lovely gentleman.
We should have had some music, waiting music. Elevator, kind of entertaining.
Yes, I think
I'm not a good singer. I'm not a good singer.
Either. So, should I just start without the slides right now? Is that what we're?
No.
No? I could just start a little bit talking about myself, maybe just
let me
a filler.
Let me introduce you then, at least. And then
the filler.
Okay. We have already been talking, but right next to me, it's Regina Brautlacht. She is appointed Commissioner for Global Digital Learning and Senior Lecturer in Business Communication and Entrepreneurship at Hochschule Bonn-Rhein-Sieg in Germany. In her presentation, which we are hopefully going to see also with slides accompanied, with the title Developing a Digital Internationalization Policy, she will share with us how an internationalization strategy can be expanded by incorporating virtual and hybrid mobility schemes, as did Hochschule Bonn-Rhein-Sieg since 2018. We have around 20 minutes, and we will definitely have 20 minutes and also some time for Q&A. I'm very much looking forward to hear your presentation and also to see
the presentation. Yeah. Oh, wow. Here it is. Oh, my God. That's amazing. Okay. So, yeah, today what I would like to talk to you about is not an individual virtual exchange program. I've been actively involved in virtual exchange over 10 years now, I believe. I've gone through quite a different stages of development, personally teaching about virtual exchange. And now we want to focus more on what kind of measures at the university-wide level you can take at your institution. And I want to share with you our experience and our strategy, what we've changed. I do want to say that we've done this before the pandemic, so we've been developing these things before that hit. I know this was a strategic, or a big, how can I say it, a challenge where we went into lockdown. But before we went into lockdown, we had a lot of thoughts, and these we have developed. And through the pandemic, we got a huge push to establish these. So that's basically what we're looking at, developing a digital internationalization policy. So if I think now I can use this, actually. That should work. Okay, you would thank you, that's very sweet. Okay, so we'll have a look at the next slide, digital internationalization, and here we have, you would like to change the slide? But let's talk about it. So basically at our university, at our university, we have the Vice President for Internationalization and Diversity, who's sitting right here. Then we have the Vice President for Teaching and Learning and Further Education. There are two different sections. So we have the Commission for Teaching and Learning. I'm a member of the Commission of Teaching and Learning. And then we have a Commission for Internationalization. As you can see, they're two different separate entities. And how do we communicate when it comes to digital internationalization? So we have the teaching and learning involved very much in digitalization strategies, and then we have the internationalization. So in 2018, we decided to have a position, sort of a liaison between the two commissions, and that's me, trying to combine these two elements, because we felt it's very important that in the internationalization policy or strategies, we would also include digital or virtual mobility. So in the new university plan, which is called HEP3 in German, but here this is the University Development Plan, we actually added these elements. Of course, you've heard also in the keynote, these are very important key terms that are also included in this development plan, and that's sustainability, social responsibility, digitalization, internationalization, and diversity. And now we have developed a strategy for digital internationalization. Next, please. And what we've done is we have in the past funded, or the Vice President for Internationalization and Diversity has funded individual projects within the university, and we actually had calls and they would get funding for it. And we decided that we now wanted to change that policy of funding individual digital champions within our university who are internationally very active, but that we wanted to, in a campus-wide, develop support within each department of our university, and then to, instead of funding individual projects, have a position within each department, and these are coordinators for digital internationalization. And this little video will explain the whole concept. And everything is working exactly how one should have it work, right? So I'm sure that they'll get it. It's just the audio. You have to put it into the right audio so you can hear it. Actually, it's a much nicer voice of one of our colleagues, I think, than my voice. Everything is working exactly how one should have. I'm sure that they'll get it. It's just the audio. You have to put it into the right audio so you can hear it. Okay, so maybe I should that's okay. First, my slides weren't. I don't know what sign this is from wherever it is. First, the slides weren't there, then the thing. But let me. That's a good sign.
But science
That's
is.
okay.
Hello, and welcome to this brief presentation of the
slides
virtual
weren't-
mobility concept and
I
the
don't know
work of the
what
team
sign
Digital
this is from
Internationalization
wherever
at
it
Bonn
is.
Rhein-Sieg University
First,
of
the
Applied
slides weren't there, then the
Sciences.
thing. But let me.
The university is divided into different departments. You will find a coordinator for digital
a good sign.
internationalization in each department who can respond to the respective needs of the department and is in contact with the project management and the other team members.
Did you record me?
And further information on the webpage Digital International. That can be found on the website of Bonn Rhein-Sieg University of Applied Sciences. A semester or even a longer stay at one of our many international partner universities offers students a variety of benefits. They get the opportunity to gain experience with other cultures, countries, educational systems and, depending on the type of stay, also with international companies. These intercultural skills are indispensable in our interconnected world and shape and enrich students in the long term. Through the exchange with fellow students from abroad, students also get an excellent opportunity to improve their language skills. For all these reasons, employers find global engagement very important, and this means a career boost for our graduates. Despite these many advantages, only about 10% of our students currently choose to spend part of their studies abroad. In many cases, the reasons for this include financial worries or being dependent on a job that the students do not want to give up. In addition, social obligations in the family or health issues of the students abroad. These reasons limit the students' mobility, as they cannot leave their home experience abroad. In many cases, in order to give these students equal opportunities compared to their fellow students who are mobile in the classic sense, the Digital Internationalization team is working towards more virtual mobility. By offering digital, these reasons limit the students' mobility, as they cannot leave their home experience abroad. In many cases, in order to give these students equal opportunities compared to their fellow students who are mobile in the classic sense, the Digital Internationalization team is working towards more virtual mobility. By offering digital, these reasons limit the students' mobility, as they cannot leave their home experience abroad. In many cases,
So maybe
these students equal opportunities.
this is two voices still. Maybe we proceed without the video if you are not able to get it done now. I'm very sorry, this is for the technical issues. I think this is an overlap somehow with the live stream audio and the audio from the room, probably. It definitely has an uncanny feeling to it. So maybe this is two voices still. Maybe
Anyway, it's also on YouTube, the video, so if anyone wants to see it. Basically, to sum up the video, we have decided to have in our departments one position. We have 3 of our DIF, we call them Digital Internationalization of the Faculties, coordinators right here present. And I would like to focus and see if we can just have the slides up again. I would like to share with you the team. Okay, here we go. So we'll just talk about the team. So within each department, we now have a so-called coordinator for digital internationalization. And we'll talk about what the responsibilities are for these coordinators. And you can see that we're involving all stakeholders in the university, which is also representative of the international office. So that's how we have now decided to build a network within our university to work and share together. And that's really crucial, is building a network within your own institution. Not just funding individual projects, but also learning from each other and supporting each other. We've had quite a positive effect from all of this, the meetings, the working together. So this is our team right here. On the next slide, we'll talk about the responsibilities. And if you see right here is that we're trying to coordinate within our institution and within the departments so that we can also work on campus-wide activities. So it's not just within the department, but that you also have campus-wide. We have Tag der Lehre and other campus-wide activities, and that we can also, as a team, be visual within our institution. And of course, we want to recruit others within our institution, and these are now experts and supporters of digital formats that we can offer international. And so we want to also offer some support to our teaching staff. You know, we're talking now within the last, I think the last presentation we had all the, if you were here in the last talk right here about EMKD projects, about the administrative challenges that we have within our institution to sometimes organize classes with our partner universities. So these are the things that we can work as a team together, and it's no longer one person with one project, but it's the whole university working on solutions. So that's the one thing that is really important, and also that this team can also teach some courses. So that is sort of a flexibility that we have, where the advisor for instance, the coordinator in Department of Engineering teaches herself a remote lab class, an international lab class, but also is there to advise and other colleagues within the department. So those are the things that we're working on. And yeah, so this is really the essence of the responsibilities of our team. So the next slide sort of talks about our whole strategy. If you could just move on to the next. Exactly. And here I would like to say that we have incorporated digital internationalization into the strategy, the internationalization strategy, and I would like to focus only on the middle column in particular, and that we really want to offer courses for our students in Germany, that they have an international experience right at home, and that we work with our partner universities on that. And that we advise students also from abroad, that we also have a campus-wide course catalog for elective courses on the so-called digital elective courses. We call it the DISC project. Here we have the project head also of this program. This is really coordinating from all departments a real catalog of courses that you can take as a student that are either offered from us digitally, where other of our partner universities are attending students, or the partners are offering courses that we can attend. And this is sort of the cause or the effect of the pandemic, that we had digital classes, and now we decided it was really important to put this all together in a catalog and to continually offer these programs. So I think what's really important is we've decided digital internationalization is part of our portfolio. And if you want to move on to the next one, let's have a look at the student profile. So who are our students, and are they going abroad? And I'm sure you've heard of these studies more than once, but I would like to put it into our perspective. I think in the statistics for the EU, it's about 80% that do not go abroad. And for our university, unfortunately, it's about 90% that don't go abroad. Classical students that go abroad are students of business, but we have engineering students, we have students in different other programs that cannot go abroad, and there are different reasons for that. And here I'd like to just share some of the reasons why students do not go abroad. One of them is that they have a job, and most of our students at our university actually are employed somewhere. They sometimes have to take care of their parents who are sick. They sometimes have other financial commitments. They have children, you know? So there are quite a few reasons why they cannot participate in a traditional, and I would like to emphasize the word traditional, mobility scheme program, because I think we're now beyond this traditional form. We really need to rethink how can we offer our students an international experience, and I believe blended is an excellent, or hybrid, however you want to define it, combination of a short stay for a few days or weeks in the country, combined with a virtual element. Those are programs that much more address those hurdles that you have, and you still can offer, and you can also offer, and I think it's really important, a completely virtual program. So I think that's something that we really need to focus on when we develop our new virtual or our mobility programs. So let's have a look at the next slide. And these are basically our goals, and our goals are to be more inclusive, and I think we hit here on the fact that in the years, Erasmus is a fantastic program, and I don't want to say anything negative about it because it's really absolutely fabulous. But we're now going into the thing that we're looking at inclusiveness and diversity, and we need to really make sure that we pick up these students that we have. And so I think that's one of our biggest targets that we have, is to really include these into our programs. And we want to also connect our universities, and we say connect our lecture halls, but really we do have a lot of very good relationship with our partner universities in different countries, and now we want to bring it to another level. We don't want us to have traditional exchanges, but also to include in the collaboration agreements virtual mobility and hybrid mobility, so that we really are now with our coordinators addressing this. Actually, when we meet, say, hey, listen, you've come all the way from Australia, you want to work with us, but can we also work with you online and virtually, and what do you have to offer? And this is what we can offer. And this is where also our electives, our online electives, become we can offer something to our partner universities or universities that are interested in working with us. So internationalization at home is a new level, and the new level is that we're going to include those that don't have opportunity to go abroad, that they have that international experience. And we want to integrate that and make sure that our universities, and we're a University of Applied Sciences, very much that they have the global competencies necessary to work in the workforce. And we believe that these skills, these digital skills and collaboration skills, are quite necessary for them in the future, and that when they go and start working in their internship, or if they have their first position, that they've already had that experience right here at our university. So those are the goals that we have, and we did apply for a grant from the Stiftung Innovation in der Hochschullehre. We're very excited about that. And this is short in the next slide. Virtual mobility for all, and this is a target that we said it's quite ambitious, and I'm very happy that we're quite ambitious, that we've said we want to make sure that every student, we have 10,000 students, have an international experience while studying at our university. And this is only possible with a virtual component in it, because we can't send 10,000 students abroad, and we can't have 10,000 coming in, so that would be the option. So this is something that I just wanted to share with you. And if you go to the next slide, then you can see that we're piloting different virtual mobility projects within each department, and we're then intensifying through our DIF project, looking at the pedagogical aspects and the didactical aspects of teaching. I think we're quite aware of some of the issues. I think that the issues are a lot administrative, and from the panel this morning, that was the panel that was here before, this seemed to be one of the biggest things. The technical issues were not so detrimental. So I think this is also, again, the strategy that we're, as a university, addressing this not as an individual project, but within many different projects. And we're also going to host an international virtual Mobility for All conference in May, which will come in a moment to that. But so there are issues that are a lot administrative, and of course in Germany data security is important. How do we deal with it? What are some of the elegant ways one can work with this? Like I mentioned before, I've been working on virtual exchange for 10 years. I have very many elegant ways that I have dealt with data security that are very hands-on and very easy. So I think this is also within our community that we actually exchange ideas, how we can deal with what are the best practices. So this is all Virtual Mobility for All, our project, and we're very much looking forward to implementing many different projects within this grant that we have. So when we look at the next slide, we can see that we have all these different pilot projects that are running within each department. Then we, as a whole house, we have our digital internationalization strategy, and we learn from all these different areas. I do want to say that it's really important within a university to have each department have their own individual take on things, and that's really important because at our university, each department has a different way of administrating courses, a different way of dealing with students, registering. It's really a challenge if you want to put it all together in one program. But you need to be able to give a certain support, and I think through our team, we're going to offer that support to make things a little bit easier. On the other hand, we need to cater to all the individual differences, and that is not always an easy task, but I think we're going in the right directions. And if you look at these different projects, they're very different. We have summer schools that are happening all virtually. We have a lot of hybrid summer schools. I have 2 hybrid summer schools coming in May next year. We have purely virtual exchanges. We have open online courses, remote labs. There's just it's a really big mix. And I think virtual mobility and working virtual exchanges is not just one thing. It's just an incredible amount of different opportunities, and again here visualizing within our own institution, showing that there's a lot to offer. I know that I've spoken to a lot of teachers that they don't even have the idea what they could do, and if you share those ideas visually, then, oh, that's something I could do. So I think this is also bringing this within our institution and sharing that. Now we want to share internationally all our ideas, and that's on the 13th of May. And if we look at the next slide, we're inviting you to our conference on virtual mobility for all, teaching and learning in a connected world. It's going to take place just like here in a hybrid format, so you can be online and present, but we're also very fortunate to invite our international university partners in our virtual projects to come to Germany. So we'll have a lot of international guests from our programs. And we want to address different aspects on virtual mobility, and we invite you, of course, to join us if you want to come to Bonn, sort of the center of Germany, or you want to, and Europe, I could say, no, or you can, of course, participate online. So this is my invitation to you. What I would like to do right now is also, I don't know how our timing is, because I think we were, so I'm going to very quickly speed up and talk lessons learned and the project, unfortunately. So let me just go one slide. IVEC Bain was one of the projects that we just had in the last semester with our partner universities in University of Nairobi and University of Cape Coast, and we taught online international negotiations. And if you go to the next slide, it's the IVAC grant, which was 50,000 euros from the DAAD. What do we do? Next slide is we had already worked 7 or 6 years together on different programs. So when we set this up, I think this virtual project, you need to have worked with people before if you want to have a successful virtual exchange. We had a pilot project that was not funded, and then we actually had the virtual exchange. Here is teaching master students of marketing how to negotiate. We did it an online part, and then we had a hybrid or a visit to Germany for the students for 5 days, where we intensified the workshops on negotiation and corruption. What is very interesting compared to the virtual exchange that we had, which was virtual, and the one where they actually came to Germany, is that the German students now really were interested in going to either Kenya and Ghana. So the take here is that personal interaction, and if it's a short interaction, can also trigger interests from our German students to go abroad. I think that's one big aspect. So to move on 2 slides further, lessons learned. We'll just go over here, lessons learned. And the future. For us, I think the biggest and most important thing on a strategic level is to build networks. We have tried to build now a network within our university, including institutions within our university, and working with them together, which is our teaching, our Center for Teaching and Learning, our e-learning center, but also different committees within our institution. And now we have really a team, and we can say this is our digital internationalization team, and we are now actually in conversations with the other institutions within our university, but that we also need to build networks, international networks or local networks where we are in contact and a conversation within our community. So we did start a few years ago, also I think 2 or 3 years ago, within Nordrhein-Westfalen, we have a Netzwerk Digitale Internationalisierung, where universities have now joined. It's a very casual, not funded project, but we do meet and talk about issues and challenges and how to work together. But we also need to look at other agencies and other international organizations and bring our digital internationalization to the table in a conversation. So that's, I think, what's really important. So it is internally building networks, but also coming up, like this conference also, having opportunity to speak and to work with others that deal with global digital learning. So from our take on this, what are our lessons learned? If we look at the next slide, you can see we need to be flexible in our mobility formats, and I think that's the key message throughout the entire conference. The other key message that you've heard, I think, several times now again, so I'm going to repeat that, is low threshold. Simple, keep it simple and start doing something. You don't really need to have a huge budget, or you don't need to have a huge didactical approach, but start working on it. I think those are key messages. You also have to start a community in your own institution of practice. No? And that's really important. You need to have a strategy. So if you do have an internationalization strategy and you do have a digitalization strategy in your university, please go and say, hey, you need to have a digital internationalization strategy, or in addition to that. No? I think that's the next step. I don't know how far you are with that, but that is something I would recommend to you, so that when people are working internationally, they don't forget that component when they're negotiating with their partner universities. Yeah, so strategy is also part of it, and this was my conversation here with you. What are the things that we need to do? So it's obviously virtual exchange and blended mobility, but also working strategically on this within your institution. I think the time is right now is the time for these conversations. So in the future, what do we need to do? And that is sort of the final slide after all our little technical issues here. So we want to make sure that we offer innovative learning environments, and I think through the conversations that we're having and the hybrid and virtual and combination, blended formats, I think we're coming in the right direction, that we have tailored for all our departments different programs, and that we are really combining micro-learning. I haven't really spoken about that, but that's really something that we really need to address, and virtual exchange. I think there's a huge opportunity there. And like I just mentioned, working in networks. I really believe we need to now exchange our ideas. We've had the pandemic, we've had so many wonderful programs, and now it's time for us to get together again and to work on the new beyond this, whatever this is right now. So for me, that is something really important, and sharing our materials. I think we don't really have a platform yet, or platforms to do that. So for that, I want to thank you very much for listening, and for all the wonderful situations we had with double and triple sound effect. I've never heard myself at a presentation before, but there's always a new aspect. So thank you so much.
Despite running a little bit late, I would allow, let's say, 1 or 2 questions, maybe combined, and then you can answer them briefly in a combined fashion, if there are any, of course. There's one.
Daniela Becht, I'm at the Munich University of Applied Sciences, and I found it very important what you mentioned, to get someone into the departments, and not to say from top down you have to do something, but it has to come within the departments, because with us it's the same situations. Departments are very determined to do their own thing, and they really don't like to be told what to do and how to act. And so my question is, how did you get them to have someone, a communicator, I think you called them?
Coordinator.
Coordinator.
They're right here, the coordinators in front.
So my question, who funds them, and how did you get the departments to actually use them and accept them?
Okay, funded is this from our Vice President for Internationalization and Diversity. We had big talks during the pandemic also to reorganize our funding schemes, and we decided to put all the funds into one pot, which is something that he got a little bit nervous about, and so did I. But this is what we thought was really important, to be within the department. We also had another project called Pomintus, which had the same thing, that they had all the different within the department support. And I think that's the key. You cannot do it from up top, not in our system. So the idea is to have someone who's actually part of them, whatever them is. So yes, it was university funds. Do you want to add anything, Jürgen, to that, or is that sort of what?
Thank you very much. I'm Jürgen Bode, the Vice President, who Regina has been talking about. An important point is it comes as a gift to the departments. Yeah? We sponsor a position, and it is not us who recruit the persons, but it is a joint recruitment process between us and the departments. So they have the feeling it's our person that is working for us, and they have the liberty to define their own projects. We don't prescribe what should be their projects. There's just the condition: it must be in English and it must be digital. And all the rest can be done by the departments. And so they really use the persons fitting to the department's philosophy. And a point that I would also like to stress is the networking of the coordinators of the different departments in the digital internationalization team headed by Regina. And we can already see that there is a cultural change slowly happening, because people from the departments with the department culture, they also attend meetings at the network. They network with the other digital internationalization persons in the other departments, and slowly they bring that new culture back into their home department, and I think that's already an important element, cultural change.
I'm afraid we have to wrap it up here. Some final remarks from you, Regina, to this question? Some final remarks to this question? No, it's
just did a fabulous
perfect.
Job. You don't have to laugh. This is going to record it.
Yeah.
But thank you very much.
Yeah, excuse us once again for making this an unnecessarily bumpy ride because of this technical problems.
I'm good.
No, yeah. And please join me for a round of applause for Regina Braudler. Thanks for bearing with us and nevertheless delivering a really interesting talk. Thank you. Our next speaker is Heribert Nacken. He is professor at the Department of Engineering Hydrology at the Faculty of Civil Engineering at RWTH Aachen University. In his presentation, he will talk about an innovative software for avatar-based teaching and learning, which was created, tested, and put into regular operation at the RWTH Aachen University. We still should take around 20 minutes for his very fascinating talk, and then also some time for questions. And we're looking very much forward to hearing more about virtual mobility through avatar-based teaching and learning.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I would not like to spend too much of your time reducing the break, so I'm going to speed up and I'm going to change my presentation. I'm not going to use the slides because I do have like 3 videos in there, and at present we do have like some issues with that. And first of all, Ms. Braudler, please join me. Please join me. Join me, please. Give her an additional applause, because I think that you can do better. You can do better. I guess her heartbeat must have been the same as climbing up the stairs up here in a very speeded way. So you really did brilliant. Thank you for that. And now I would like to switch over to having, let's say, a classical conversation. Maybe you can help me. I do have some slides, and I guess all of you do have your mobiles, all your link to the Wi-Fi. So just use the QR code on that slide, and then you will know what I'm talking about. And I'm not going to use the slides. Imagine I would have some slides covering on a project which is called MyScore. MyScore is financed by our national ministry, and this is a project we started like 3 years before with the DAAD. Why? Because the DAAD said, okay, we're offering so many brilliant things for upcoming students and for researchers, but we're way too analog. We would like to have more things done in a digital way. And so we said, okay, why not create an open source software for you so that people can join in wherever they are, as long as they have virtual reality being accessed. That's it. And that's what I would like to show you, or what I'd like to explain to you right now. So from this day, this is, let's say, the official launch that we are offering you a virtual reality open source software. and 11 open educational resource scenarios, free of charge, and in addition, a server that is stored in our universities that you can access. The only thing you need is having a Wi-Fi with 5 megabits up and download, which is an old telecom line, and either a VR headset, or in case you don't have that, or you don't want to have that, your Windows computer. So you can download from this site that you can access with a QR code the Windows software. Sorry to say, for those who are using Apple, we're not running on that system, and we don't have the technique to do so, but in the near future we have a WebGL version, so that will make you accessible for for these systems as well. So what is the basic idea about that? The basic idea is having virtual mobility for students and for lecturers. Why? Because sorry to say, what we're doing right now in here is not sustainable at all. We go places by using the train, by using the airplane, just to go here, which is nice to do, but on a regular basis we shouldn't do that, because if we would like to reach Sustainable Development Goals by 2030, no way to do so. And with that, we have an issue to bring people into Germany from places. Assume they're in Africa, in Australia, New Zealand, places, and they don't have the money to come in, maybe especially to RWTH Aachen, to get a high-quality education. At least that's what we think, what we are giving them. And so the idea is, why not make them join in from the place where they are? As soon as they have access to the Wi-Fi, which in other countries than Germany is way better than in Germany, and the issue about having virtual reality headsets, okay, it's a cost of around about 400 to 500 euro, which is not that much, but okay, it might be an issue. So the idea is, I'm a civil engineer. I'm teaching hydrology, and assume, for example, I would like to ask a colleague from mine situated in New Zealand or in China, oh, just come over on Monday, 9:30, and give a talk of like 90 minutes for my students, because you're an expert in this and that. And he or she would say, are you kind of kidding? I'm not going to go there. It takes me a lot of time to travel there. It's going to take a lot of money to go into Aachen, and my CO2 footprint will be way too high. But if I can tell him, okay, just join in by using your headset, and what we are going to do, for example, is that we're going to virtualize this room. Each and every one of you could just use your Windows PC, move into the software, using an avatar, being in this place. You could move around like I'm doing right now. We could talk to each other like we are doing, and if we're standing near to each other, we can hear each other very well. If we, for example, would like to say, okay, let's go out and discuss something privately, we could do that in virtual reality. All these things that you never ever can do with video conference systems like Zoom. Me as a lecturer, I really hate the situation of COVID for the last 2 years, because I was sitting in front of pitch dark monitor sessions with names like Darth Vader or Mickey Mouse or something like that, not seeing who's behind, not knowing who is hearing, okay? And if I would like to discuss something privately, I had to go into breakout sessions. That's not needed if we are going to do it in virtual reality, because we are there in 3D. We have a 360-degree audio system with that. Again, the only thing is you need to have access to the Wi-Fi, and you need to use the software, which is open source, and the scenarios. And when we started 3 years ago, we guaranteed DAAD that by the end of a project we will have the software up and running, and not only engineers will be capable to do so, but we also tested this with courses of studies in medicine, in mechanics, in physics, in biology, even with lawyers. Why? For example, I may say that because I'm a civil engineer. Each and every project in Germany, at least larger ones, they end up at court. And that means that civil engineers, they are standing in front of a lawyer. The civil engineer is trying to explain to the lawyer what happened, and the lawyer does not understand what these engineers are talking about. And on the other side, if the lawyers start talking to us, we don't understand them because their thinking is totally different from ours. So what does it have to do with virtual reality? What we said is, wouldn't it be a good idea to join up civil engineers and upcoming lawyers? We don't have them in Aachen. but there are some of them in Hamburg. So we said, okay, let's team up, let's have virtual reality sessions with our software. And we had teams of like 2 students in Hamburg, lawyer side, and 2 students in Aachen. And they had to set up a normal task, no rocket science at all. They had to extend an existing retention basin near to the airport, from the perspective of engineers and also from the perspective of the lawyers. That took them like 20 hours. They were giving a grant for the final exam, so those who would like to do so were given bonus points for the final exam, otherwise they wouldn't do that. And for 20 hours they worked together, and then they had to deliver what they found out in a commission in virtual reality. So they went into a role-play scenario using an avatar anonymously, me being there as my individual avatar, looking like me, talking like me, acting like me, and we had a feedback with that. That would not have been possible in real world because it would have taken us money to send people to Hamburg or to Aachen. It would have taken more time. It would be made more costly. So with that, we tried out to use it. And all of the courses of study, they liked the idea of having avatars beside these lawyers. They said, no, we would like to use Zoom. And we asked, why? And they gave a very brilliant answer, because they said, at present you don't have facial recognition in your software. Okay, they move like I do and they look like I am, but there's no facial expression. And the lawyer said, if I'm going to discuss with you, I would like to see directly how you react. And that's only possible if I see your face and if I have facial recognition. And that's something we're not going to offer right now at the moment. We're working on that. That is going to come in the next version. But with that, having said that, I think we fulfilled the promise to the DAAD that by the end of this year, which is going to be the end of the financing program from DAAD side, to offer this software. And I would like to encourage you to go to this website, which you do have access from this QR code right now. Test it. If you like it, tell people about it. If you don't like it, be quiet. If you like it, join up with us and ask us about maybe additional scenarios that you would like to see, because the most common question that we're having at present is, I do see this scenario over there, but I would like to have it a bit different. But that's only related to, let's say, 3D scenarios that we're constructing. And we are free to, would like to encourage you and maybe give you a helping hand. And maybe if you would like to get more about that, advertising is going to start right now. By 1500 I can give a talk, hopefully with video, and then I can show you a VR representation of RWTH Aachen, which is used for the internationalization strategy. And that is done on the same software, and the DAAD in January is going to offer you some workshops of how to use this software to make internationalization work for your individual software. So having said that, I hope I'm within time. Thanks for attending, and maybe feel free to ask some questions. Thank you.
Give me a sign if you have a question. If you want to sign up to become an avatar right now, immediately. There was a shy hand sign? No? Okay. Yeah?
First of all, thank you so much for your wonderful presentation without slides and video. I think I'm just thinking through what I could do with it, and I think we were talking about before you start a collaboration, the students are working in a classroom and they work virtually and they might use all these different tools. There's the part of building rapport and meeting each other, and I think this would be fabulous, like an introduction to your institution, that they're actually walking through and seeing your institution or my institution, giving them a much more visualized approach than just saying, hello, this is a slide of something. So that to me seems something very promising, and I'm very excited about it. Maybe I don't know, we'll work it somehow. We would like to probably use it. It sounds promising. What do you think? Facial recognition was something that you said was an issue, but that's a really big project.
No.
No? Okay.
No. Thanks for your comment. I guess that was not a question. Maybe you can elaborate on that during the break time. But facial recognition, no. There's an issue with data security in that, because as soon as we start using facial recognition, it means we have to store data. At present, we're not storing any data at all. It goes in and out. And nothing happens, and this is done in our institute. But as soon as we start using facial recognition, we have to store data, and then we come up with data issues. That's one thing we have to cope. Technically, no big deal. We're starting with the new sets of headsets, for example, Pico Neo 4 and things like that. They already have cameras implemented. We started to do so. That's at present really not a big deal. The big deal we're going to face is data security issues in there. And maybe, if allow me to add something, because you said this would be nice. What also is nice for the students is that they can do things anonymously. For example, they can test having a role play in there, not showing their real faces. And that's something that they really like. For example, assume I'm going to send my students, engineering students, into a scenario for let's say, Berlin. We would build a retention area out there in a certain area. What's going to happen? Ooh, we oppose. That's the normal reaction in Germany, sorry to say. And then the engineers, they start talking and they try to convince him technically, but they will not manage. So maybe if he would oppose me, I have to learn in role play to go there and maybe ask you, okay, what's the issue? How can we solve that? So that's totally not technical speaking. So what the engineers, I may say that, have to learn in the future is how to communicate with just society. And I can't do that in real world because I can't invite so many people like you are. And if you would have to do a role play scenario for 120 students, you would say, Jesus, I'm going to do that for twice or so, but then I'm out of the game. And with that, you can have scripted scenarios for your students that they can test. And the reaction from the students is, oh, I like that. And they got a feedback, even if my feedback was not positive on what they did. They said, okay, now I know what not to do in the next time, and may I just try it again? And these are the main advantages that personally I do see when we start using these virtual reality scenarios, if I may add on what you said.
Yes.
Lunchtime.
Looks like it. Yeah. Do you want to have a final remark? No? No? Okay. Then please join me again in a round of applause for Professor Nacken. And without much further ado, I wish you a nice break. Enjoy lunch, and hopefully we can welcome you back at stage 2 in the afternoon. Have a great conference if you don't join stage 2 for the afternoon, and see you around. Thank you.
think we will give everyone maybe 2 more minutes to make the long journey from lunch to up in the 5th floor. I would love more people to come, but should we? Yeah. And I have the thing that if I start now with the introduction, that as soon as I finish, people might be here. Yeah, I don't know.
Have an informal discussion around before. Next time people will be inside because they will miss out otherwise.
That's true. It's good. It's an incentive. Maybe I will just start with the introduction and we have to go. Okay. So our next speaker is Christine Bock. She's Innovation Manager Education at SURF. SURF is a cooperative association of Dutch educational and research institutions. And her work is dedicated to the collaboration between higher education institutions in the field of IT innovation, with the aim of improving student success and the quality of education. As she states herself, she is convinced that international agreements on standards and architecture are a key to organizing education efficiently and flexibly, nationally and across borders. And this conviction leads us directly to the topic of her keynote speech with the title, Building an Ecosystem in Line with the European Public Values, to which we are very much looking forward and which is coming now right up. Christine Bock is advocating the importance of digital sovereignty and the need for public infrastructures in order to guarantee that European education can hold up its European public values. I'm very excited to hear more about this and learn from Christine Bock's work, experience and expertise. Join me in welcoming Christine Bock. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I'm going to talk about trains. I'm a big fan of trains. This is the... Oh, sorry. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm going to talk about trains. This is the train station in Utrecht. That's where I live. It's the biggest train station in the Netherlands. And here you can see how you can easily check in at those piles you see there, the yellow ones. You have this OV chip card where you can check in and check out. And our trains, they're great, they're safe, they're usually on time. You don't have to make any reservations. They're, you know, affordable. So I think that the Netherlands has a great national railway system. We also have regional railway companies in the Netherlands. And that's good because most of the Netherlands thinks that only you can live here. So there's not a lot of attention, for example, in the north or in the south. So it's very good that local railway companies also offer their services right there. And I think that's also very well organized because they use the same train tracks. And there's one app, one website where I can organize my whole travel, even if it's with the national railway and regional railway. And I can also use my OV chip card. So there's one thing I need to do. I need to check in, check out when I enter another train, but that's, you know, that's doable. And you can imagine how much standardization is needed to organize this. When it comes to international traveling, that's a little bit more difficult, of course. I can travel to the south of France, that's, 1,000 kilometers, for example, to Marseille. It takes me 6 hours. When I want to Copenhagen, that's only 600 kilometers from Utrecht. It takes 11 hours. I cannot take a direct train to Italy. I would like to travel by train to Rome, but that's really difficult. And there's no way, there's no system where I can book one ticket for my train. There's no one tight timetable. So it's really difficult to travel abroad. So we are not using the capacity of our European railway system to the max, right? And, well, the European Commission thought, let's do that better. So last year was the year of the train. And that was aimed to improve the capacity of the European railway station, to decrease the costs and to enhance all the possibility, the flexibility and the reliability of the European railway system. And yeah, when we look at education, isn't that a little bit the same? Because when it comes to education, digitization also has a big role. And the universities, they use standards, for example, to make their apps interoperable with each other so they can service their students. And they also use standards to make a bilateral collaboration with other universities possible. For example, in the Erasmus+. And we also, of course, have the European universities, where they also have collaboration with other universities. But those are all single point solutions. There are generic problems that we want to solve. We want to facilitate our students to be able to travel around Europe, to study at other universities, and to facilitate their studies. But we're doing this not in a generic way. So that's it's very similar to what we do in the trains. So we have on a national level, we organize education rather well, but even more at the university level. And that's the same with the trains. Regional trains, they work perfectly. And most of the time, they're really well connected with the national trains. But when it comes to international, it's another story. So what does it mean for our students? Because our students, they want to study abroad. They're not only connected to one university, and they're not interested in our bilateral agreements or in our consortium of a European university. They want to look further than that. So we have to do more. And that is, of course, because the student, as I said, the student journey doesn't stop at the walls of the campus, but also that we waste public money, brainpower, and expertise by investing in point solutions. And these solutions, as we know, this expertise is very scarce, and we are investing it. So we were talking in the lunch break, we have too much money, so we can afford to do this. And we're making a very fragmented landscape by doing so. And this fragmentation also hinders not only a seamless student journey, but it also hinders innovation. Because it doesn't give us enough room and space to innovate, because we are so working on these point solutions. So I really think we need to change. Well, you can be very negative about it, but I think I'm very optimistic about it. I think that Europe has a great pole position to organize that change. And for several reasons, Europe has shown already its strength in collaboration and joint agreements. For example, the GDPR. GDPR has a large impact on a global scale. So we have shown that we can do this. And also the European educational sector proved to be able to set a common agenda. So take a look at the Bologna Declaration, for example. We started this in 1998, and within 1 year, all member states, they signed the Bologna Declaration, and within a few years, our whole educational system in Europe changed. So there was a huge revolution, and we did that. So we can do this. And also, European universities have a strong tradition of collaboration. I already mentioned the Erasmus Plus program and the European universities. So there is already a lot of collaboration. So again, I think in Europe we have a good pole position to start this, to start facilitating our students better than we do right now. I think we should do this on a global level, but that's really a task, and I think if we start in Europe, there will be a great starting point. So what should we do then, if we want to change things? Well, first of all, I think we should organize all relevant parties and responsibilities, because if you look at the landscape now, there are a lot of parties involved. For example, Erasmus Without Papers. We also have One EdTech, a global organization for standards. We have UNIS, European Collaboration Organization for Universities. We have SHEANT, it's a collaboration organization for NRENs. I can go on. There are a lot of organizations that are playing their part in facilitating students, and also, of course, commercial parties. So what we should do is come up with a clear common vision. We should not start another standard, start another idea, but we really should come up with a common, clear vision on what we want to achieve. And the students should be at the center of this, because we want to facilitate our students. And I really think that one of the problems is that we think too much from our own institution. We want to organize things very well in our own institutions, but that's not really helping our student. And we should invest in all aspects of interoperability. So that's not only the technical interoperability that makes software and hardware work together. It's also about semantic interoperability that makes it possible to exchange data from different systems. It's also about organizational interoperability that connects different stakeholders that should be interconnected, and also the legal interoperability. So on all these levels, we need to collaborate. And the technical interoperability is not the hardest part. The hardest part is on the top 3. And we really need to organize ourselves to be able to collaborate on that. And I think I already mentioned that I think our focus on the student is one of the main arguments to do so. But there's another one. And that's because EdTech parties are investing heavily in education. And with their investments, they are getting more and more influence on the education itself. So their investment grew from last year over $20 billion US. And of course they offer great products, but they also offer products on their terms. So are we able to set the conditions under which we want to use their products? And I think that's really important that we do so. That the reason, of course, why they invest so much is that there's every second a new student is born. So education is a perfect market to invest in, because you know there will be always students and even more students to enter education. And if you take a look at the Big Five, and they're also investing heavily in education, they're also investing in the infrastructure we use. So the infrastructure of these companies are getting more and more important in our educational landscape. And I really think that's a problem. If you look at infrastructure in our real world, that's public, right? The railways and the roads that we drive on, they are paid by and maintained by the government. So imagine that you want to drive to a mall to buy something, and you have to pay Amazon to drive the road. So, well, that's happening in the digital world. Everything is commercial over there. So what does it mean for education? Because education is a public good. And I really think that we should be able to protect the values of education. And that's not only for our students, because I really believe that we need to offer our students a safe environment to develop themselves. And it has to be inclusive, it has to be accessible, but it's also very important to do so, to protect our public values, to maintain the autonomy of universities themselves. Because the bigger the influence of big companies is, the less autonomy universities have. And you already see this happening. For example, if you want to publish a course on Coursera, Coursera sets the conditions under which you can do that. So this is already happening, and I think it's really important that autonomy for our educational sector will be protected. This is this value compass we developed at SURF to start a discussion on how can we save these public values. Because when we talk about public values, usually people say, oh yeah, that's about privacy and that's about security, but it's about more than that. So we're trying to set this, give examples to have the discussion. Yes?
I'm just wondering, are you thinking in the global context or in Dutch context with this framework?
Well, we developed this one for the Dutch context. I think when you look at values, they're graded differently in the world, right? There's a difference between Europe and China and the United States. So I think for myself that Europe is as a continent one of the few and maybe the only value-driven continent. So I can see that these values, and it doesn't have to be this one, this is just a compass to start a discussion. But I think that that you really want to protect values for public education, that the starting point for that discussion in Europe has a great starting point. Of course, I would like that to be on a global level, but well. I really think to achieve that is that we should agree on things like we did in the Bologna Declaration. And I think right now it's time for the Bologna Declaration 2.0. The Bologna Declaration in 1999 was to harmonize the educational infrastructure in Europe. And I think really now it's time to harmonize the digital infrastructure for education. And I think the strong point of the Bologna Declaration was that all member states signed the Bologna Declaration. So they committed themselves to change, even if they really didn't know what to change right then. Because the Bologna Declaration was a process, right? When we started that, we didn't know exactly what would happen then. And I think the same is here with the digital infrastructure. We don't know exactly what we are going to achieve together, but we have to have a common goal and we have to agree on that. I think if we can achieve that, that will be very powerful. And if I say we, so who am I talking about? And I think that's the problem, because there are so many players right now and nobody is responsible. And I was talking about the year of the railway, and Europe said in the year of the train, I want the trains to be better connected. So this has to be a collaborative effort of whole Europe. And the European Commission said, well, just do it. But the member states, they didn't do it. So now Frans Timmermans, he's the commissioner, and he said, okay, I give you 1 more year, and if you don't do it, then I force you to do it, one ticketing system, one timetable, etc. But that's not going to happen with education, because there's autonomy of education in all the member states. So there's this dilemma, because it can help, of course, if you have this incentive. Well, incentive, it's rather a stick, right? But they can help to enforce some changes. And but that's not going to happen. So we have to take responsibility ourselves. So if I say we, I really address everybody here in the room, and I address myself. And even if you think, no, this responsibility is too big for me, well, if you all say that, nothing will change. So I really think we need to start organizing ourselves. And we have been talking about this on several occasions the last months. So there are getting some initiatives started. For example, there's after a workshop we had in Brussels in October, a think tank was established, a think tank to come up with a vision paper on why do we need to change? Why do we need digital infrastructure for education? And what's the problem? And what are the risks if we don't collaborate? And last week we were in Berlin. We had a workshop at Online Educa Berlin on the same topic. And also there were a lot of people who said, yes, we want to collaborate. So I think, well, there are some people who want to take the responsibility even if they don't know how it looked like to take that responsibility. And I'm very happy with that. So that's, you know, we are doing something and we don't know how to do it. But I really invite us, all of us, to start anyway and to see if we can better facilitate our students. And so let's make 2023 the year of the student, of student mobility, and give ourselves a task. And I hope we will make big steps next year. Thank you very much.
So there is some time for questions from the audience.
Robert, you see, I know my audience by name. That's cool. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you for your story, Christine. You mentioned 5 categories. I remember from 4 categories for where you have to agree on common standards. Should those be approached in parallel? Can you start with one and then do the other, or is that what's wise to do? Because you also mentioned the least difficult is a technical one. Why not start with technical ones? Because there are already steps taken.
Well, I think we are starting with the technical ones, but the problem is, for example, because we don't work on the organizational part, everybody is developing their own standard. They say, hey, I have a great standard. Oh yeah, me too. Yeah, we need one standard. Yeah, that's right, take mine. No, take mine. So, you know, you have to have some kind of an organization to come to an agreement. What are we going to use? How are we going to organize interoperability? Because of course you can do that in different ways. So in that sense, I think you also need to work on the organizational interoperability, or else you will invest a lot of money in all those technical solutions that work perfectly right in one context.
My name is Leszek, so you will know it for the next time, yeah. And my question is, because I think that of the 4 areas of interoperability, the semantic one is probably the most difficult, I would say. So do you thinking about something like building, I don't know, like the curriculum of things, so you can map like the educational kind of achievement standards, not only in higher education, but you know, from my point of view, it is very important, for instance, to be able to judge it on the, you know, entry level. Because I may have a candidate from, I don't know, who has 70% of Abitur in, I don't know, from Dresden, and 70% from Matura in Krakow, and which is better, right? So will you also think about things like this? So the first question, and the other, you mentioned the big tech as a kind of, you know, enemy, well, not enemy, a danger, right? But are you not also afraid? I'm from Poland. We've got a government who believes in, you know, doing everything for himself, right? So is not a government also, you know, cannot it not kind of endanger our autonomy, which is a value for you? And I'm very happy for this autonomy part.
Yeah. Thanks so much for your questions. Well, with your last question, I think EdTech is doing great things. Don't get me wrong, but I really think we are very bad in setting the conditions under which we want to use them. So in the Netherlands, for example, public values is now a big thing. We set this on the agenda and we talk openly like this with vendors. And they say, we are very happy if you formulate your conditions because we don't know, because you don't tell us. And of course, they want to make money, and I can understand that. There's nothing wrong with making money. I like my salary as well. But we really need to organize ourselves to set these conditions. And I think the conditions, the lack of condition is one of the main reasons why we are losing our autonomy. Because if we are talking on another level with each other, and not like, okay, this is my offer and take it or leave it, and we are in a vendor lock-in and there is no alternative, that's very different than what we say, okay, we like you, but this and this and this needs to be in place, or otherwise we won't use it. And for that, you need to organize yourself, because even in the Netherlands, it's a relatively small country. We have, well, I think 100 institutions for education on vocational and higher education. When it comes to procurement and contracting via SURF, it's really difficult to get them on one line. So who's talking, you know? So that's one thing. I don't believe in that we should develop everything on our own. I don't believe that commercial parties are evil, but I think the relationship we now have is not a good relationship. Yeah. I don't know if you should work with the government when it comes to developing services. I think they are part of the discussion and part of the organizational interoperability in how can we set our standards. But I really like the autonomy of the sector, and I should not invite governments too soon to say, okay, this is the way forward, right? So that's one. And your other question, I forgot already. I'm sorry. Yeah, that's of course a really difficult question, because that's also, if you talk about micro-credentialing, for example, how do you recognize each other's? So that is a really important question, but I think this is a follow-up. When we started Bologna to harmonize our educational system, this is part of it. So it is a really hard question. It also comes with trust. I have know stories about students who studied abroad and they worked their ass out because they wanted to, you know, to have a cum laude. And then they came with an A, and then they say, "Oh, I don't know this university, so no, you don't get an A." So this is also how can we trust each other, and what arrangements can we make with each other? But it's I agree, and I told you this is the hardest part, I guess. Yeah. But it's really important to work on that. Yes.
Well, my name is Giovanni, pedagogical engineer for the EDUC Alliance. So one of our challenges working with at the pilot phase 6 universities is that each university is very different itself. So from the institutional perspective, it's a challenge to standardize something, whatever you want. And one of the main points of your speech was, let's have the student in the middle, and I think for them the key word is flexibility. How to flexibilize the standards, or how to standardize the flexibility?
Great question, thank you. I think the only way to make flexibility possible is to standardize. Look at Lego. Yeah, look at Lego. You can build everything with Lego. And if it wasn't standardized, it wasn't possible. So it may seem like a contradiction, but it's the only way to organize flexibility. And it's not in the content of education, it's about the organization of education. I think we should really separate that in our discussion, because we're really attached to this feeling, and I think it's really important, don't get me wrong, we are really attached to the autonomy of education. I am too, but on the content of education, on the educational programs, not on the way we organize education. Because if you put the student in the center, you organize education differently than you do it right now. Because now we are looking from the perspective of our own university. And that's not helping the students. And when it comes to, you know, I hear these stories all day. Oh, we're so different and we do it this way, so it's really impossible for us. We all use Facebook, we all use Twitter. Nobody says, no, I'm not going to use it because this button doesn't like, I don't like this button. So in very many circumstances, we don't make any problem of standardization, but when it comes to the organization of education, suddenly it's really important that we really have this organized very differently. And it's not in the interest of our students.
Thank you very much for the presentation. My name is Mart. I'm from Dream Apply. There is so many different triggers that you put out there. The way that we have solved some of the challenges with this standardization is that in the areas where people are okay with one standard, we just have one standard in place and everybody's kind of going with the best practice and usually nobody cares. And there is then some areas where we see that people are having frictions in case there is only one standard, and then we allow pretty easy configuration. And now the question is, like, so how I call it is centralized, decentralized approach. So people will have autonomy on the, I don't know, very local level, but everybody else gets their, all the other stakeholders get their things done as well. I will not go into more details. I think it's we're going to have a very long and fun discussion.
Thanks. Yeah, well, I can only agree. I'm not an advocate of one standard or one system. Not at all. Not at all.
Thanks. I mean, that makes my life as a moderator easier to wrap everything up. Please join me for a round of applause again for this really thought-provoking talk. Thank you very much. And our next speaker, I'm pleased to once again welcome Professor Nacken from RWTH Aachen University. Earlier today, he already gave an instructive insight into avatar-based learning and teaching, and now we will be able to learn more from him in person, I should add, and probably not as an avatar, about virtual reality as a tool to increase international visibility. And yeah, I'm very curious. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. So, like you can see, normally my dear colleague Professor Havel should join me, but unfortunately she was not able to come to Berlin today, so you're going to see her in a video in a second. What is it all about? It's about combining the strategy of internationalization in any kind of university with the tool of virtual reality. And as for that, I would like to show you a short video, which is going to take like 4 minutes. Is it going to start? No. Can you maybe please start it from the background?
Just click once, it takes a while.
No, it switches to the next slide. It doesn't open the presentation. Yeah.
Virtual rather than physical mobility is an important building block to implement the sustainability mission statement of
RWTH Aachen University. With this in mind, the university has created a VR representation in the metaverse to allow students and researchers from anywhere in the world to tour RWTH Aachen virtually. All you need to get started is access to a Wi-Fi network and any pair of VR glasses. Alternatively, you can download the freely available Windows version of the software onto your PC. The VR representation allows you to interact and navigate with the help of avatars that you can design yourself. With your VR identity, you will experience a 3D world that replicates the campus grounds around the main building. There are 10 information panels in this campus area. One for each of the 9 different faculties and a 10th one to showcase matters relevant for the entire university, such as the sustainability mission statement. At each of these panels you will find important information in the form of videos, web pages and specific material on 2 research and teaching topics. By entering your mail address, you can have this information sent from the metaverse directly to your PC. Within the VR representation, you are free to connect and communicate with other avatars present in the representation. In addition to the informational materials, 360-degree videos are available to give you a glimpse into university life in the lecture halls, libraries and cafeterias. At special times you even have the opportunity to hold a private conversation with the rector of RWTH Aachen University, the vice rector for internationalization or the vice rector for teaching. These 3 members of the rectorate are then available via their individual avatars to answer your questions while sitting in their own offices.
I'm planning to take software engineering at RWTH Aachen University.
Oh, that is a great choice. I think we're very famous for studying engineering at RWTH Aachen. So I think you have chosen the best university
to get into this field of research and training.
Should I tell you more about RWTH Aachen and certainly also studying engineering here?
Of course, I would love to. Why not?
And we can use here the virtual world because we have a lot of information provided for you on our university.
And I can tell you more about the field that you're going to study, but also about life at the university and more about RWTH campus and the other faculties that are here.
The VR representation is based on the developments of the MyScore project, which was commissioned by the German Academic Exchange Service with funding from the Federal Ministry of Education and Research. The software developed for avatar-based teaching and learning is available as an open-source solution. RWTH Aachen University will increasingly use this VR tool to provide students and researchers around the world with low threshold and resource-efficient access to information on study programs and research opportunities at the university, while reducing the need for costly and CO2-intensive travel.
Of what combination of virtual reality and internationalization strategy is all about. I had the chance to present our software at 1300 over here, so maybe just a comment. This was done with the software I presented earlier on, and this is available for all of you from now on. So just feel free to switch off RWTH Aachen University and have a 3D building of your hometown university, use it. And I will inform you about that in a minute. So, but maybe I'm an engineer. We're not doing anything without any kind of purpose. We would like to tackle things. And what are the things we would like to tackle? What are the main advantages of using such a representation? First of all, virtual mobility. Like said already in the talk before, I think in the near future we have to get rid of going places to join a conference, because that's way too CO2 emissions. And we need virtual mobility. We need students to go places where they find the best quality education that they would love to have, without cost, without the use of time, and without the use of CO2 emission. And that's why we are using virtual reality for that. Because as well as students, as well as lecturers, teachers from all over the world, they can join in any kind of session. And they are going to reduce time. For example, yesterday it took me 6.5 hours to go from Cologne to Berlin due to this issue with the train stations that we're having in Germany. Bad luck, you can tell it, or waste of time. And it's going to have an individual carbon footprint. And if we're using these techniques like Zoom sessions or things like that, it is said that they are going to consume around about 180 grams of CO2 just for 1 hour. assume what I can do with 100 gram of CO2 emissions. I can drive 1.5 kilometers. It won't bring me to the next train station from here. And if I would use the airplane, it would only take me 0.85 kilometers. That's something we have to face on. We are talking about sustainability in universities, but we're definitely not doing anything against it or for that situation. And as for that, I think, at least my personal idea is, why not use these techniques because they are there? Is that already good enough? No, for sure not. We do have optimal recruitment and addressing of international students. Why? Because focus on students who run out of money, who don't have the money to come to Aachen to, let's say, buy in on quality education. What do they have as an opportunity? None. But if they have access to Wi-Fi, if they can either spare money for buying a VR headset, which is kind of expensive for them, but if they are using our PC version for that, for the virtual reality software, they can use it. And no problem. And with that, we think we can address a huge different type of students that nowadays we are not reaching at all. And that's an optimal recruitment measurement. We think it is way more, please.
May I ask, how do you finance this global possibility for students to participate?
At the moment, this is done by the project MyScore from DAAD.
But if the project runs out?
We'll find another financing situation for that. Money is not an issue in that. We think it's way more emotional to go to places and really see how they look like and not giving them any kind of PDF document, not showing them any kind of two-dimensional websites, which are nice, but even nicer to go places, to see things in reality. So it's a tool to better convey the attractiveness of our university. It's going to raise the attractiveness, at least that's what we're thinking. And it's a dynamic tool that can easily and constantly be updated, because normally if you print a PDF document the way it has been printed, it's outdated. It's a waste of time and a waste of money again, from my perspective. And with that, we, like you have heard, we have 10 different booths in there, 9 for the faculty, and as soon as the faculty is going to tell us, oh, we have a new brilliant video on whatsoever, we can incorporate that directly, and this system is running 24/7. You can enter then there whenever you would like to do so. So there are no issues with time zones and things like that. Just go there. If there's someone to discuss with you, fine. If you're alone, okay, go there and see the opportunities. We're using it in case that we have international contacts, if there are research cooperations, if we have to show, let's say, the best pictures, of if we have to do some advertising for our universities, if we have delegation visits. And it's information provision, like said already, around the clock. It's there 24/7, without the need of anyone taking care of that. The system is running, it's running on our computers. We're offering the software for free as open source. We're offering these scenarios as open educational resources in the sense of the UNESCO. We are offering the use of a dedicated server at our university. What you need is a Wi-Fi access point and either a headset or the download of our software. A large sentence contributes to our internationalization strategy in the areas of digitalization, capacity building, marketing, recruiting, and human resources, welcome culture, and integrated services, and offshore activities. That was what my colleague Habel told me to present. All of these points have to be pinpointed in this internationalization strategy. Like said, the DAAD and us are offering this software for free as open source, because I'm convinced whatever you're going to use and offer in universities, like the lady just told us, has to be open source. If you stick to Google, Amazon, and other companies, by the end of the day, they will make it, and they will get some money for that. And I'm very much convinced we're using public money, we're using the funding from the BBAW in Germany, And I rather like the idea of the Americans. As soon as public money is entering the game, what comes out has to be open source. And only VR is going to make it a success unless this is offered as open source software. So with that, advertising comes. Maybe I ask you to deliver that, because like I said, this MyScore project is going to be financed until the end of the year. And if you would love to maybe try what this software is all about, because this is just a presentation and I can tell you things, and maybe it's not working like that in reality, try find it out. The DAAD, the GATE Germany conference, where this software is going to be presented in the end of the year for the first time, they are going to offer in January a workshop. So if you think my university might be interested to test it, then Ms. Michels and I in January are going to explain to you, okay, what do you need? What are the facts and figures? What do you have to do to make use of this software? Is it costly? No. What do you have to do? Maybe let's focus on that in January. And there's more info on that. If you use your mobile on the QR code of these slides that have been given to you right now, you will find the information of the DAAD of this workshop in January. And there is also going to be a publication. Unfortunately, it has not been finished for today. We would love to have offered you this, publication tool. And in there, an official organization who was hired by the DAAD, they somehow set the journey from the beginning. When we started, what were the ideas, what did we change during the situation, how did we enhance the project, and how did we come to a final end. That's already what I would like to present you. Feel free to use our slides if they are offered in the internet, because we are loving to do Creative Commons licenses. And with that, thank you very much for your attention, and I would be glad to answer any of your questions. Thanks.
So, yeah.
Thank you. Thanks for the presentation. Very, very interesting. My name is Becca. I'm from Canada. I'm a part of a credential evaluation agency. One question I have, are you envisioning lectures, content delivered through this type of... You are?
Yeah, thanks for the question. In the other presentation that I was allowed to do, the question was, is it just a gimmick or are you using it? And I can tell you, I'm a civil engineer and I'm educating engineers, environmental engineers and so on. And we tested this software during the phase of the implementation, and right now it's linked mandatory in the curriculum. For example, our civil engineers, they have to do a role play scenario where they learn how to communicate with John Q. Public. Let's give you an example. Assume we would build any kind of infrastructure around here in Berlin. What would be the first reaction of society? Against it. We don't want it, which is okay. But soon the engineers, they start to talk to people and try to convince them by technically talking. And that they're never going to manage that. So what they have to learn is how to communicate with John Q. Public, rather to skip their slides, go in front of you because you're opposing me and trying to ask, okay, what's the problem? How can we handle that? And giving them an idea of how to communicate with John Q. Public. And that is something that I normally would not be able to do in real world, because it takes a lot of people who would be invited in there. First of all, secondly, the students could not do that anonymously, which they love to do in VR. They just choose any kind of avatar, even mine, and go there. And then I go and give them a feedback on how they managed and how well or not well they did. And with that, the students say, okay, that was a brilliant idea to see things and to test it. Hello, hello, yeah. I'm I'm running out of time, I guess. I'm not quite sure. Okay, so that was a long answer. The short one is yes, it's mandatory.
I'm just wondering about the scale of the current operations that you have there. How many students? How many students are involved in this, and has it already?
This year, I just don't want that engineers in Aachen are able to use the software. I would also like to have people from other courses of studies being, let's say, tested. So we work together with people from medicine, from mechanics, from physics, from chemistry, from even religious, Catholic religions. The difference were only in, let's say, the scenarios that we have been using. And what we found out is that all of them liked it. Only there was one group of students who disliked it, and that were the lawyers. And the lawyers said, as long as you don't have facial recognition implemented in your software, which at present is not the situation, I'm not going to use it, because I'd rather use Zoom. Because in Zoom, I can see the direct reaction that you're having when I'm talking to you. And if I don't have facial recognition, which we don't have at the moment, this is not going to be doable. So all of them, besides the lawyers, they somehow liked it. And now come back to your question. It's only going to extend the possibilities. I think in other countries than Germany, access to internet is way better than in Germany. That's at least what I find. So having access to the Wi-Fi is not an issue. Having enough money to buy a VR headset for sure is going to be a question of money. But that's the reason why we said, okay, why not offer a version that can be downloaded for each and every computer? And with that, it makes let's say, the limit a bit lower. But still there are limitations for that. But on the other side, still, I think we're going to dramatically increase the options of students that are going to be able to have quality education. And that's what we need in the future.
The key is quality, right? I mean, I just wonder how we can measure. We can't measure it yet, right? Would it be quality education? I'm a little afraid that we can, give a second quality education. You will put your virtual glasses and you will listen to something, but it will not be the same as really going on campus.
I do agree, but like I said, you're talking to engineers. We're doing things, and we try to find out whether they manage, first of all, technically, and then whether, for example, students like it to use it. If you're talking about evidence, don't talk to an engineer. Talk to someone coming out of pedagogy. I'm not, sorry to say. And as for that, we always have this issue with evidence and quality, and the only thing I'm answering in this case is, as long as my students love to do so, as long as they engage more than without that tool, that's for my side, for being an engineer, good enough. But I know that when it comes to didactics, it's not good enough, but as for that, I'm an engineer, sorry.
There are some activities that students are very keen of engaging in, but I don't know if it really constitutes the higher education, right? So it's not only the only measure.
Yeah, but maybe just give you another explanation. During the COVID time, we were not able to bring the students to our labs. So the labs were totally empty. We couldn't do that. So what we did is we implemented these labs in virtual reality. For example, me being a hydrologist, my students normally have to come to my institute and have to erect a mobile flood protection unit. No rocket science, only doing. That was not doable in that time. So we implemented that in virtual reality, and you can see that on the website, that you can even interact with things in virtual reality. You can unscrew things, you can erect things, which is not the same as doing it in the real world. But what we're doing it right now is we're coupling our students into two groups. One group, your group, is going to be given a PDF document, which is telling you what to do, and the other group is going to be given the opportunity to do that in VR. First of all, the group that's giving a PDF is not reading that. They're coming to our place and they're doing it. The other group are practicing it in VR, and the hypothesis is that those who are doing it in VR are way faster and do less wrong. And that always is the case. And that, coming back to engineering, from my point, is a kind of an evidence. But I do agree, VR is not there to be, let's say, the substitution for real world things. Only use VR with things that you can't do in reality. Okay?
Thank you.
Hi, I have a question concerning international students recruiting, because that's the way I understood the video. Is it, do you plan, or your institution is planning to change the strategy, how you've been recruiting international students thanks to VR?
We're not planning, we're doing so. For example, we sent a group of people from the administration each and every year to Spain, because there are a lot of people from Madrid coming to our university. We're not going to do that next year. We're sending VR headsets. There's only one single person in Madrid. They're going to tell the people over there how they make use of VR, and the other people are stay way back in home. And at that time, we can use what you have seen. We are going to invite our rector. We're going to invite our pro-rector for internationalization, Ms. Haber. And with that, the students will have the ability to directly talk to them. Tell me any university what can do that at present. So that, from our perspective, is a success. Okay, maybe? Oh, okay.
Yeah, I want to say it's a very important point is the additional that we can, the point where you said about the PDF, you know, the version PDF versus virtual reality. I think that the students have opportunity. Yet another possibility when they're doing a virtual exchange or blended format to have a more detailed experience of practically being there. That's not replacing it, it's not also, but it's an addition. I think the conversation are often too focused on saying, is that the solution? Is that this? So there is no solution, they're just different tools that make things more real, and coming from the pedagogical side and not the engineering side, I can say that that is definitely a very big plus. So I would say offering just a learning management platform is a total different experience than a virtual reality experience. Having a Skype, WebEx, or Zoom conversation is also a different experience, but the combination of everything, that's the spice of life.
Thank you very much, and maybe allow me just one last comment from my side. You see, I'm wearing a certain type of jacket right now, because I love that. If you would tell me, just put on a Bavarian style of jacket, I would hate that, I would not use that. And why am I telling you that? Because it always comes to the lecturer. The style of lecturing has to fit to the tools has to fit to the style. So if you like this tool, use it. If you dislike it, no problem, don't use it. Take something else. The only thing is, as long as you use it, talk to someone else. If you dislike it, please be quiet. That's it. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Nacken. Thank you very much. So, we move forward, and during the next 30 minutes, we will have the opportunity to listen to lightning talks. Lightning talks are like small talks back to back, and this condensed way of presenting ideas and thematic input is at the same time time-demanding, but it's also quite interesting. But we really have to try to stick to the time schedule, and that's why I will now briefly present all the speakers and all the topics of the lightning talks, and then we will hear them all in one go. And unfortunately, we just received a last-minute cancellation, so there will only be 4 and not 5 lightning talks, which will give us some amount of time in the end for maybe some quick questions. But we'd also like to perceive the lightning talks as an invitation to start conversation and further exchange with the presenters later on. So let me read out the titles of the lightning talks that will follow. First, it'll be Digital Skills, Badges and Micro-Credentials, Reflections on the Basis of a Use Case by Carlos Delgado Clos and Carlos Alario Hoyos, both from the Universidad Carlos de Madrid in Spain. Then there will be the next lightning talk with the title Virtual Exchange. No, this one is cancelled, sorry. The next one will be Deploy to Grading, Create an Automated Assessment, Tools to Improve Feedback in Self-Paced Learning and Reduce Workload for Lecturers by André Matutat. Then there is Informative, Transparent and Reflexive, the Practice Innovation Platform PIP as a companion in the student life cycle by Elke Melitz-Galler, Yvonne Bönninger, Michael Herzog, all from the University of Applied Sciences Magdeburg-Stendal in Germany. And lastly, there is Integrative Platform of Bioethics in PlatBio as a platform of peace by Hanna Hubenko from Ukraine, currently at the Fern University in Hagen, Germany, which will be a video presentation. So this was quite a lot, but you will also find it in your program, of course. Without much further ado, let's start the first talk, if the presenters are here. If not, I'm looking to my colleagues in the back. Okay. It seems like the first presenters are not here at present, so we'll just start with the second and maybe just add them in the end. Okay, so then let's move to our first virtual speaker, André Matutat, and Deploy to Grading. I hope he's waiting. Aha, I can see him. Hi, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Should I wait for the presentation? I don't.
Wait 1 second, we cannot hear you now.
Okay. Okay.
Could we get
I just talk a little
sound?
Bit. Test, test, ping, ping.
I think we heard you before while Professor Nacken was still talking. Hi, can you? Ah, yeah, there you are. Okay, perfect. The floor is yours.
Floor is yours. Okay, can you see my presentation? I don't see that you see it. Otherwise, I can just talk.
No, currently we don't see it. That's another question for the colleagues in the technical booth. Ah, yeah, there you go. They can see both now.
There we go. Ah, perfect. Yes, perfect. So, good afternoon. Today I just want to talk a little bit about automated feedback and introduce our Deploy to Grading system. Next slide, please. We all know that creating detailed feedback for student submissions is an exhausting and time-consuming process, especially if the feedback should go beyond right and wrong. And even if we took that time, due to the high number of students, the feedback would not be completed until weeks after the submission. The moment students receive their feedback, they are already thinking about the next assignment or even the one after that. They will hardly or not at all work with the feedback. And as a result of that time delay, students come to our session and will ask questions about the assignment or some basic questions in the sessions. So in the sessions, we waste our limited times for this, for the students, of course, important questions, but we don't have the possibility then to discuss other high quality questions with the students. And this is something, in my eyes, is very fundamental. Doing sessions with students is to talk about other things than just the basics. Next slide, please. So our idea was therefore to create an automated process for high quality and comprehensive feedback. It was particularly important to us that the generated feedback is also really helpful for the students and that they can learn from it. So can you go 2 slides ahead? I skipped one. So Deploy to Grading is just such a tool. It uses well-known analysis tools, in our case from software development, to analyze the student submission and generate feedback from the analysis results. And the best of it, it's nearly in real time. So how does the system work? Next slide, please. And we have a little picture. First of all, the students work on the assignments and upload it to the deploy to grading system. The system then uses the configured tools to grade the submission. We use different tools to analyze different aspects. For example, in software development, we can use JUnit to check the functionality of the submitted code. So basically, does it run, and does it do what it should do? And with checkstyle, we can analyze the code from a stylistic standpoint and so on. There are many analysis tools for many purposes. So it's a matter of finding the right ones for your purpose and then to combine them correctly. So these tools already give us detailed feedback. For example, JUnit will tell you which function doesn't work like intended. Checkstyle will inform you if and where are anti-pattern in your code. That's basically bad code style. So we just have to collect the results, combine the results, format the results, and give this to the students as feedback. This process takes only a few minutes. Students can then use the feedback to revise their submission and upload a new version. The feedback loop then starts again. If we want to grade the submission, we set a deadline beforehand. After the deadline, we take the last submission and use the analysis results as a basis for evaluation. For each aspect, we have defined a metric which determines how many points are given to this aspect and from when on points are deducted. This next slide, please. Oh, I'm very fast. This system allows us to write an active feedback loop in real time for the students. The students can use the system to check for themselves if they are on a good way or need to rethink something. And in the sessions, we have no more time to discuss high quality questions because we don't have to talk about the basics anymore. Next slide. Of course, this system also has its limitations. The biggest one, you need the appropriate tools to analyze the submission. In software development, there are many tools, but I'm pretty sure in other disciplines, this may be different. Possibly own tools must be developed, and this can be very time consuming to begin with. In addition, we only check whether the task has been solved correctly, not as the students really have understand what they're doing. There's something you can't check in automatic grading. So the last slide is also the end and should be perfect in time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, André Matuchat, into the virtual cyberspace, wherever you are. The next speakers would be Elke Melitz-Galla, Yvonne Bönninger. Ah, there you are. Glad you're here. Hi. We found our speaker, our missing speaker. Perfect. Okay. You'll be up next after them, if you will. Thanks. Floor is yours. Yeah, thank you.
Called PIP, which will be a companion in the student life cycle at our university. It will support students in contacts with internships to find the information needed more easily and assists in reflecting their experiences. My colleague Yvonne will give you an insight in the project. Next slide, please.
The Practice Innovation Lab is part of the university-wide project H2D2, Didactically and Digitally Competent Teaching and Learning. The aim of the project is to test, evaluate, and further develop innovative ideas for the digitized design of studies and teaching in a way that promotes learning. In the Practice Innovation Lab, processes related to students' practical phases are to be made more student-centered and transparent. Practice in this context refers to internship, excursions, practical projects, theses, and student jobs, among other things. Reflection on self, social, and key qualifications is just as central as the exchange of experience between peers. Through continuous reflection, students gain clarity about their own competence profile and can identify suitable occupational fields on this basis. In addition, the platform facilitates contact with practice partners during studies and promotes exchange between practice and university at an early stage.
Yes. Next slide, please. Here you can see the student life cycle, the small, tiny student approaching university and emerging through the pill towards his exam. The Practice Innovation platform enabled students at initially 2 departments of our university to establish practical references in their studies, to reflect on them, and to pass them to other students, which is the most important part. Students and teachers are supported either partially or for all steps of the practice process. With the help of the Practice Innovation platform, transparency is created. We have a lot of information which is spread out through our home pages, and students have problems finding them, so we wanted to solve this problem very urgently. Students learn about the work of their predecessors from blogs, podcasts, or videos, and gain insight into their field of activity. By making it easier to contact companies, students find day internships to get a first impression of different companies. This is the point, try and decide. During the hands-on experience, students record their experiences. As you all very well know, peer-to-peer information works very well with students. Following the practical experience, teachers and students can use the lab for reflection and evaluation. The e-portfolio examination formats already established in some study programs are to be integrated via the lab and expanded into cross-study portfolio work. Students document their competence growth, experience self-efficacy, and strengthen their self-organization. The students' wealth of experience is fed into the Practice Innovation platform, and the information is transferred to other students. Overall, the process serves the concrete development of job profiles.
Okay, next file, please. Thank you. The students of the Department of Business and Applied Human Sciences were asked about their needs for the platform. It can be stated that despite different subject cultures, the students have similar requirements and wishes for the platform. Above all, they want transparency in terms of relevant information and a significant reduction in bureaucracy. Information, orientation, and networking are the most significant areas for the students surveyed so far.
Yes, the next slide, please. Yeah. For the development of the platform, the project cooperates with external partners. The embedding in an existing system at the university is aspired. We use Moodle, like most of the other universities, and INCOM. Right now, we have decided to use INCOM, and our colleagues already are developing a prototype, which we would like to test with students in February, and then we see if it works. The next slide, please. Okay. And here you can see our project team from the Practice Innovation Lab. Thank you for listening.
So up next, we're very glad that you found your way to us. It's Mr. Carlos Delgado Clos with digital skills badges and micro-credentials.
So apologies, I was in the wrong room waiting to be called, and I was not called, and I was wondering what was happening. Fortunately, I was fetched and brought here. I hope my slides come up. I have 5 minutes, so just one idea, 1.5 ideas I think I can convey. Okay, this is the summary. Okay, I don't see the slides. This is the takeaway message I want to convey. Okay, so the importance of recognition. And this is an old paper from Bix. He talks about constructive alignment, the importance of aligning the learning goals with the assessments and feedback and learning activities. Very easy, very straightforward, no? First you think what do we want to teach, then you think about the assessment, in how to assess this, and then you define your education activities to go with it. I want to add one additional point. Recognition of equal importance. Recognition at different levels. Which are the 2 levels? In the same way as we talk about formative assessment and summative assessment, therefore assessment which is good for learning, not just for grading, and assessment, this is formative, and assessment that is summative, that is for grading. We can talk about recognition, and please realize the terminology I'm using. No? Badges, which can be used for encouraging, for gamification, for motivation during the process of learning, and the credential, which is at the end for signaling to the outside that something has been learned. So the 2 things, which I have called here badges and credentials, are very similar, because it's just recognizing that something has been learned by the student. Not the terms I'm using badges for motivation, because there are several definitions around. I'm using badges for motivation as the formative element, and credentials for signaling to the outside the process versus the product, the gamification versus the external documentation. So now, this is the theory. If we want to apply this practically today, what can you do? I mean, we have been at UC3M, my university in Madrid, participating in many different activities. We have been in the EPSI Early Adopters Program for the Diploma's use case, and the EU report as an advisor on the European approach for micro-credentials. We are leading an effort with 23 universities, public universities in Spain, to provide a service for digital certification, etc., Certi Digital, and many other things. We are in the proposal DC4EU, which will be come out soon, the results with 82 participants from 23 countries. We have Moodles and LMS where we have open badges. So in particular, when we went to, the good thing about standards is that there's so many to choose from. This is what Andrew Tannenbaum is. If we want to apply this and want to have badges for learning and credentials for signaling outside, what would you do? And this is one concrete use case, which will be starting next January, where we want to apply the 2 things, the badges and the credentials. This is a digital backpack for undergrad students to get some skills about digital aspects, cybersecurity, big data, machine learning, etc. And there, what we are going to do, and we have some context conditions, the Spanish law, this recommendation by the Council of the European Union, etc. And what we have decided there is to use, and this is a bit contradictory, but it's reality. No? We will use Open Badges 2.0 in Moodle for the badges, and then for each of the different modules, we will issue micro-credentials based on European Digital Credentials for Learning, EDC. And then at the end, for the 20 CTS, we will issue a paper diploma. So this is how it's today. You have to use different technologies, because still there is a lot of things which does not match very well. Fortunately, Open Badges 3.0 is based on virtual credentials by W3C, and EDC is also based on it. So in the future, things will be much easier, but this is the status today. Thank you very much.
So then we can start the last video contribution, and thanks for sticking so well to the time, all of you speakers.
Is a platform for peace. The idea of the integrative platform arose long before the pandemic and the brutal Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine. However, the side crisis fully catalyzes its development now. In this mode, human thinking and creativity are reduced to a minimum, and most of the energy is focused on achieving just one more goal: survival. It slows down a person's plans and progress. Therefore, it's now absolutely necessary to build islands of support and platform of peace, as spaces devoid of reactivity and saturated but with development and creativity. Integrative platform of the bioethics aims to involve the widest possible range of participants in the study of integrative bioethics, such as doctors, experts in the fields of public health, philosophers, eco-activists, and other interested people from Ukraine, Europe, and all around the world. Then provide them with a path of interdisciplinarity team of bioethics who will self-improve and progress at the same time developing and popularizing integrative bioethics. However, the whole of Implant Bio is not only academic and practical exchange and popularization of bioethics, but also the moral support for participants who are forced to live and work in extremely difficult conditions. So, what does the platform offer? How does it work? What mechanism does it use for learning? The platform offers inclusion from any position in your life and achieving results with the help of various methods of bioethics in education. Do you like auditory perception? You can listen to already created and record new podcasts, monologues, and reflections. Do you prefer a visual method? Here you will find documentaries and video blogs. Interested in current research articles, interviews, and news digests on integrative bioethics? This is your material for study. Do you prefer to learn by solving bioethical cases? We made them for you. And the most important thing, all this information is organized into a system of courses that step-by-step guide you from method to method to the achievement of the main goal, mastery of bioethical knowledge, and full entry into the integrative team of bioethics. So far, we have created and run the platform in demo mode. Of course, its full implementation, which will ensure the achievement of the goals declared above, will require a lot of effort. However, I am confident that our recipe for inclusion through integrative platform of the bioethics is effective and progressive. Also, the project is just starting to develop. You can definitely become a part of it now. Thank you for your attention. Danke für Ihre Aufmerksamkeit. Дякуємо за увагу.
Yeah, it feels weird, but I also had the urge to clap my hands, although the speaker is not present. Thank you very much. That was the lightning talk round. I hope there were some nice impulses. We're a little bit ahead of schedule now, so I will not start immediately to allow other people to join the presentation of Ms. Haug soon. So although we have a coffee break in 30 minutes, feel free to use the next 3 minutes to go to this table in the back and refresh. I will open the windows, and in 2 minutes I will introduce Ms. Haug, and then we get going. Please fill up your cups and slowly move back to your seats. Our next speaker is Miriam Haug. She is Associate Head for Internationalization, Equality, Diversity and Inclusion in the School of Languages and Applied Linguistics at the Open University. In her presentation, Virtual Exchange for Social Inclusion, she will give us an introduction to a framework for critical virtual exchange. This framework may help to ensure more equitable, inclusive and purposeful student exchange experiences. We are happy to learn more in the next 20 minutes in the following Q&A. Ms. Haug, the floor is yours.
Do I use this?
Yeah, if you want. Should work.
Oh, hey. Good. Good. Okay. Ja, nee, ist okay. Da ist mein Glas. Ich muss vielleicht nur so ein bisschen. Right. Are you ready? Yes. It's a twilight slot. No. I think I'm loud enough, no? Oh, no, I'm not. For the virtual. Oh, my. Okay, good. Well, so much technology. Okay. Right. So I'm clicking, and now nothing is happening. That's a classic, no? Ah, in the other direction. Ooh, okay. Okay, so these are my talking points. For the uninitiated, I will say a few words about what virtual exchange is. I assume that most of you do know what it is. I'm very quickly going to zoom in on challenges in terms of inclusion and exclusion related to virtual exchange, and then I'm going to move on to virtual exchange through the equality or equity, diversity and inclusion lens. I will, as you have announced, propose a framework for critical virtual exchange. I'm going to illustrate this with 2 examples, and I'm also quickly going to talk about implications for practice and research if we continue on the road of critical virtual exchange. But before I do that, to start with, I would like to briefly explain what some people refer to as the locus of enunciation, my positionality as a researcher and practitioner of virtual exchange, and I'm doing this to contribute to the efforts to localize and to decolonize scholarly knowledge. I'm a white female academic. I'm located in Europe, and I have lived and worked in Germany, the UK, and the US. I've been practicing and researching virtual exchange across the curriculum, both in the global north and in the global south. And I've only recently started to systematically unpick some of the assumptions and the ideologies in the discourses associated with virtual exchange and internationalization at home through virtual exchange. So I think, just a quick recap, this is what we know about virtual exchange. That it combines the deep impact of intercultural dialogue with the broad range of digital technology, that it is seen as a strong catalyst in advancing the internationalization of higher education curricula. Since the pandemic in particular, it has definitely catapulted virtual exchange as an educational intervention from the margins to the center stage of the educational landscape. We have heard a lot about the fact that it can prepare, that it can deepen, extend, bookend, or even emulate physical exchanges. And then the hype around preparing students for the globalized digital workplace through virtual exchange. And then the one that I feel very passionate about, the promotion, the development, the practice in transversal skills such as empathy, curiosity, problem solving, teamwork, conflict transformation. Skills that do feature high on the agenda of businesses and organizations that find themselves confronted with what is referred to as VUCA, an environment that is volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous as a result of the pandemic for at least another decade. But we also know that virtual exchange practices are often still electives that are available to only the selected few, so some students only, and that virtual exchange-based internationalization at home is not per se or inherently equitable and inclusive. Just the opposite, it can in fact reproduce or perpetuate existing exclusion and can even create new digital inequalities. We've spoken about this a lot during the conference. And it is, as Francesca Helm has reminded us, prone to Western hegemonies, because the terms under which the exchanges take place can be influenced by a variety of factors. Yeah? The teaching partner's academic positions, the linguistic competence of the students, the access to and the experience in the use of technology. There are often institutional constraints, no recognition, no support, no rewards. There can be issues related to gender, to race, to age, and geopolitical issues. They all can come to play in virtual exchange initiatives. And there is another important factor, which is the fact that the political and social dimensions of technology use tend to be underestimated. And exactly the same applies to the power dynamics that are created by educational practices, including virtual exchange. That is, that certain knowledges are prioritized and that this reinforces social and epistemic inequalities and injustices. And therefore, researchers and practitioners do need to systematically unpick the assumptions and ideologies in the discourses and practices associated with educational technologies, educational practices, including and first and foremost virtual exchange-based internationalization at home. And this is how two colleagues of ours have put it. We need yet to find out more about how processes of inclusion and exclusion play out in virtual settings. So what does virtual exchange through the equality or through the equity, diversity, and inclusion lens then look like? This is how Kastler and Lewis 2021 have summarized it. It is certainly about equitable partnerships with partners from all demographics, including minority-serving institutions and institutions in countries where the main language of instruction is not English. And support through institutional leadership, there needs to be prioritization in terms of the creation of resources, training, and support for exchange implementers, the educators, who they themselves need to prioritize the inclusion of activities that explicitly explore social issues and social justice topics as part of the student exchange dialogues. And this approach also speaks to this intentionality in curriculum design that's been referred to yesterday during the opening panel. And the exchanges need to be designed to serve all participating communities rather than the community of the leading partner. And that can be achieved by finding common issues to tackle by those involved in the exchanges, or to specifically, intentionally customizing exchanges to local realities. And then, of course, to think about what kind of technology choices are we making to make sure there is equitable access. So low bandwidth solutions being the lowest common denominator. Just a second. So, and I'm proposing that this approach is best encapsulated in the concept of critical virtual exchange. Critical virtual exchange as an instantiation of critical global citizenship education. The way Andreotti has framed it, it has notions of power, voice, and difference at its core, and it involves the systematic development of skills such as critical engagement, reflexivity, and relearning. Critical global citizenship education involves analysis and critique of the relationship among perspectives, language, power, social groups, and social practices by the learners. And critical virtual exchange sets out to address social justice and inclusion both at institutional and individual level, for instance, by improving student access to employment through meaningful, purposeful virtual exchange experiences. Critical virtual exchange is virtual exchange through the equality, diversity, and inclusion lens, the way Kastler and Lewis have proposed. It is informed, let me just say, an instance here, okay, moment. Yeah, yeah, and this is the framework where everything I've just spoken about comes together. It is about the systematic use of low bandwidth technologies, exchanges which specifically target student populations that are traditionally underrepresented in study abroad or internationalization at home programs. These are mostly students from low socioeconomic backgrounds. And for me personally, very important, the systematic alignment of virtual exchange project content and outcomes with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, and where possible, the inclusion of local outreach activities, so student engagement with local green businesses, NGOs, non-profit organizations, charities, as part of the virtual exchange projects. And I've recently started to add a fifth bullet point to this, because I think the systematic promotion of translanguaging practices is also a pillar of critical virtual exchange. So we are not only drawing on, and this is not code switching, we are thinking beyond the spoken and the written word, where you can draw on all communication modes that are available to make meaning. Yeah? Audio material, visual material, mashup of all these modes to communicate your lived experiences. But most importantly, because we also talk a lot about digital literacy skills development through virtual exchange, for me, critical virtual exchange is informed by what has been termed critical digital literacy, which explores how the operation of power within digital contexts shapes knowledge, shapes identities, shapes social relations and formations in ways that privilege some and marginalize others. Critical digital literacy helps us understand how technologies are used in situated and encultured ways, and how online spaces index dominant ideologies, economies, and institutions. And at the same time, critical digital literacy leverages digital technologies for social justice-oriented action and change by, and we've spoken about this as well, in the session with our South African colleague, by providing access to a wider and more diverse range of students in collaborative online learning projects. But in order to walk the talk, critical digital literacy provision needs to be anchored in real-life settings and take account of the wider socio-political context. And critical virtual exchange happens in real-life settings and explicitly considers the wider socio-political context and is about the reflexive use of technology. I'd say it provides an ideal setting for such contextualization, for equitable education, and for intentional social inclusion. Now, before I give you an example, I also think that critical virtual exchange provides an ideal setting for promoting critical consciousness and agency in the spirit of Paulo Freire's critical pedagogy. That is the ability to read the world critically and the ability to act in the world to change it. So it's about critical agency, or as my colleague Francesca Helm has mentioned earlier today, critical interculturality to enrich the ecology of knowledges. Now, here we go. That is the cue. Are you with me? Good. An example, critical virtual exchange. So this is from the Virtual Exchange for Social Inclusion, my vision project. If you scroll all the way down to the shared garden example. Keep going, all the way down. Here, have a look. I mean, I'm going to read with you. So this was a physical space on the campus of Bordeaux University, but students could only maintain the garden if they designed an ecological and sustainable watering system. The team of students were from different subject areas at different stages in their studies and lived and studied in different countries with different official languages. One cohort were second-year undergraduate applied physics and measurement engineering students from Bordeaux University in France, and the second cohort, fourth-year electrical engineering undergraduates from the University of León in Spain. And you can keep scrolling down. The results. Let's stick a little bit up. No, down. Sorry, down again. If you go a bit more slowly where it says results. No, now you've gone past it. Can you scroll back up, please? Where it says project results. Stop. Students developed eco-friendly watering systems according to the 13th Sustainable Development Goal. Climate action. So this is what I call the systematic alignment of virtual exchange content with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. And they were tested and used in their shared garden. The Bordeaux University students are now working with the local allotment, and there have been further iterations of this virtual exchange. The watering system that the students have developed is now being used not only to maintain that garden at Bordeaux University, the allotments around the university in Bordeaux are also using this watering system. So small steps contributing to the greater good of humanity. Yeah? Critical virtual exchange, meaningful, moving beyond food, fashion, folklore, and festivals. Yeah? Okay, then we can come out again. Thank you, sir. Oops, now we are totally out. Yeah, good. Right. This is a totally different example, a project between 3 partners from Sweden, Poland, and Argentina called Reading the City Through Agenda 2030, a project that was systematically aligned with Sustainable Development Goal number 11, make cities inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable. And the question the students addressed was, how is Goal 11 addressed in your city? Where are opportunities and challenges? And they co-created multimodal sustainable campaigns in their virtual exchange teams. And you see, this is a quote from one of the participating students in the blue bubble. And they had a great variety of campaigns about sustainable clothing, again, water, and then safety for women, and then let them be bee conservation. So these were issues that were relevant in all 3 places. In the city where the Polish students were, in Malmö, Sweden, and in Buenos Aires in Argentina. So an example of where local and global become global issues, and where they are being explored and then become very concrete through these campaigns. But the students working together and considering the challenges from their respective local contexts to find or make a little small contribution to a global solution. Yeah, in terms of the benefits of critical virtual exchange, let's look in, I mean, the stakeholder groups are clear. You have the NGOs, the businesses, the charities, the institutions, you have the teachers, educators, and you have the students. Let's look at those businesses and NGOs. Definitely an opportunity to engage with new ideas and new talent. The work with the students allows them to explore global solutions to local problems. They find themselves participating in research and innovation, and on opportunity to explore networking and further collaboration opportunities with the higher education institutions involved. And for the students, let's just have a look. It gives them an opportunity to engage with society, with local issues, and make a difference, even if it's only a small difference, and can develop a portfolio of examples to demonstrate their skills when they then later apply for jobs. And obviously, they participate in an online intercultural encounter and in an international collaboration with other learners. Yeah, what are the implications for research and practice if we decide to stick with critical virtual exchange? I think we can say with some confidence that it is an inclusive, sustainable, and scalable internationalization at home strategy, critical internationalization at home, that it can instigate change at an individual, institutional, and maybe even at policy level, educational policy level, first and foremost. The next one is very important to me as a virtual exchange scholar, that working with critical virtual exchange allows us to create new legacies in internationalization at home based on understanding of research as living knowledge, yeah? That is praxis knowledge that connects the lived experiences on the ground by the students, by the educators, the administrators, and the decision makers involved in critical virtual exchange. Their praxis knowledge with the body of global critical knowledge in international intercultural education and transversal skills building. I think it most certainly will enrich virtual exchange and internationalization at home research, but it can also effect real change globally through the student critical virtual exchange projects that focus on the Sustainable Development Goals. And it also creates a new model of exchange and collaboration between higher education institutions and employers, charities, NGOs. And hopefully, it can then also really enhance graduate employability, particularly of those students from low socioeconomic backgrounds, through their international, intercultural, transversal skills acquisition. And with that, I say thank you. And these are my references. Any questions? Thoughts? Yes?
Yeah, thanks a lot, and thanks for the examples that you gave of your study programs. You mentioned in your framework that it's very important to ensure that underrepresented students are participating. So how did you monitor this in your two examples? And how did you deal with the language problem? Because you talked about the problem of always using English. So
yeah.
How did you manage that in your
so
two examples?
Of course, two challenges associated with this approach. Casting the net wide is the answer to the first one. How do you make sure that it is inclusive practice for the learners? So these colleagues would, maybe on previous occasions or when they first started, go with the volunteer students, the students who by default were keen on getting involved in virtual exchange. And normally, these tend to be the learners who are most vocal and most active. They're not necessarily those who are maybe less confident or who usually don't get these opportunities to get involved in this institutionalized internationalization at home practices. So casting the net wide is to make sure everybody opts in. Yeah? Everybody is part of a cross-cultural collaboration group. That is not a given. That very often does not happen. But this is, again, this intentional design dimension we've been talking about. And the other question was about?
So how did you get them? I mean, how did you inform them? How did you...
Not me, I mentored these teachers. They just, in Argentina, for example, that was the most challenging context, opting out was not an option.
So all had to do this?
Exactly.
Okay, it was not an elective.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay,
and but you asked me something else.
The second question was the language.
Yeah. What I mean is that at least in the initial phases of a virtual exchange, so that's the minimum everybody can do, in the famous icebreaker phase or warming up phase, that everyone gets to practice a little bit the languages that are represented. Not their native language, obviously, not English as a lingua franca, but that you find systematically, you find out which languages are present in this exchange, which identities, language identities. And then people have done things like reciting small poetry or verses of songs that you would do with children. Very, very simple things. Fun, light-hearted activity, but you have to wrap your tongue around the language of the other participants. Just for awareness raising, because this is such an important identity element for everybody, and normally it either gets ignored or it gets kind of pushed aside because we are using English as a lingua franca. But you can do even better than that. I have mentored an exchange between photography students in the US and chemistry students in Brazil about resin, damage of resin in the environment, also aligned with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal on climate. And they used an online exhibition app, freely available. The photography students taught the chemistry students how to take good pictures of those instances of environmental damage through resin. And obviously the photography students themselves learned about that effect and learned to see it in the environment. And they used the online exhibition app to create a virtual exhibition, and all captions that explained what was there to be seen were in both languages. Yeah? So Portuguese and English. So it maybe sometimes requires a little bit of thinking outside of the box. How can we make sure that all languages and identities get acknowledged? But it can be done. And you can sometimes also leave it to the learners, you know, to find solutions. But I do think it's important that we promote translanguaging in virtual exchange, so that everyone can hear their own voice in what's going on. Does it help?
More questions?
Have I stunned you into silence?
So my question also goes to the translanguage topic, because I heard a presentation on a project done between Brazil, Chile, and they were asked to work together. Both countries have difficulties with a high level of English, and so they were thrown into that cooperation. They were told that they should create a product in English, but they were allowed to speak whatever they wanted.
Okay.
And I thought it was really, really interesting.
Cool, yeah.
Because, I mean, there is a similarity, a strong similarity between both languages. So in the end, they talked like Spanish, Portuguese with hand and feet, and English. And they got to a result, which I thought was really pretty interesting. Unfortunately, nobody heard into or listened into the conversations, but I thought that would have been brilliant to see what they did. But I would be very, very curious to hear what you think about that way of working together.
I think it's the only way forward, really. I'm sure you have heard of COIL, Collaborative Online International Learning, in the context of virtual exchange. And John Robin, who is the founder of COIL, was a lecturer at one of the State University of New York schools in media studies. And he always tells the story of his very first exchange with a colleague from Belarus. They didn't even have English, okay? So they had an advantage because they were media students, okay? Admittedly. They communicated through short video clips, 2 minutes, then 3 minutes, then 4 minutes, then 5 minutes. So the subgroups created mashups. I think I referred to that earlier. There might have been the odd caption and the odd word. There was certainly a lot of images, a lot of sound, a lot of very sophisticated sequencing in these very short clips. Send. Response came back in a similar format. Another clip created, sent back. So the whole exchange was sending back and forth these video clips through which they found out more and more and more about their local context, the way they were studying media in the respective countries, what they had available to them, what they could draw on to create these mashups. And not ever was a word of English or any other language spoken, really, in a kind of a synchronous exchange way. That was his first experience of COIL. So, I mean, this is an extreme example, but I think it's a fascinating example. And just because it's technology mediated, we have so many more resources at our fingertips to make meaning, to draw on meaning-making modes and to communicate beyond the written and spoken word, certainly beyond English.
Thank you very much. I mean, yeah, no, yeah, please.
Just adding to the conversation, I mean, I think people use, you know, there's this kind of stigma that as language teachers, you know, students are always told they have to use that language only, they have to, you know, what's it called, the native speaker model, etc. But when they're using the technology in real life, they're using Google Translate all the time. You have students in class using it, and it's seen as a taboo, whereas maybe, you know, they should be allowed to use it. They use it, so you know, they could be educated in that too, I think. This, you know, and collaborative translation as well. You know, there are some students who are better than others. So in exchanges, I think that kind of translanguaging practices, they're not very often explicated. Maybe we could model them a bit more and you know, say that it's acceptable. Because again, that's a real life skill.
Your closing words?
I agree.
Okay. Perfect.
Thank you, everybody.
No, thank you very much for your talk and showing us the framework of the critical virtual exchange. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. I hope you all had the chance to get some cake and some coffee. And yeah, we're going to continue with the program now. Our next presenter is Andrea Pfeil. She is head of language department, Northwest Europe at the Goethe Institute in London, or in Berlin, London. And she holds a talk about, the title of the contribution is Practice, 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 Collaboration and Student Engagement in Online Courses. And in the presentation, different methods of learner interaction and engagement will be examined using best practice examples, focusing on course design and structure, user-centered approach, and content engagement. The presentation will explore successful interaction and exchange among language learners and is followed by a brief discussion. So thank you very much. We have 20 minutes time and then time for discussion.
Thank you. Thank you for coming. Good afternoon. I know it's difficult. It's late in the afternoon and there is cake. So thanks so much for joining this presentation. My name's Andrea Pfeil and I am here today as a representative of the Goethe Institute. It's a bit of an odd one out, this presentation, because we're not talking higher education. We're talking adult education or education in general and specifically language learning. So language learning is I think a very specific subject because you use language to teach language, and at the Goethe Institute we usually teach in the target language. So the title of this presentation is called Practice, 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 and I know it sounds a bit well-worn. It's already what I've been told when I was trying to learn English or French, and it sounds a bit simplified. But this concept of practicing a language, which is our medium and content, is especially useful when it comes to online learning and digital learning, and I will try and explore that a bit more later on. So practice is meant as practice to be able to participate, and practice to be able to be included in the course, and practice to be able to progress. And I could go on and on what practice also helps you to do. It helps you to get confident in using the language and be successful. So, I was just not rough enough with the thing, I guess. So, our learners at the Goethe Institute, we have 160 Goethe Institutes worldwide, come from very different backgrounds. They have different learning biographies, interests, and different aims they work towards too. But they all have one thing in common. They want to be able to successfully communicate with each other. And it doesn't matter if their goal is to learn German as a hobby, or if they have a partner who speaks German, they need it for their job, or they want to live in Germany. Their main and common goal is to be able to communicate successfully in German. So what's the Goethe Institute's approach to enable our learners in online environments? How do we go about to enable students to be successful? Okay. I have an overview here that shows you what the focus of our learning courses is and what our learners' needs are and how we're trying to combine it. So if you, for example, would like to move to Germany, then our courses have scenarios where we prepare you for a trip to Germany, or to be able to live in Germany on a day-to-day basis. And so we look at all the different scenarios of why you would be interested in learning German, and how we can provide settings and scenarios to encourage communication on these topics. I mean, this sounds all pretty abstract and obvious, but there's still the challenge of how do we keep our learners going, how do we motivate and encourage them to interact with each other, to, as I said before, practice, and to then progress with their language skills. So first of all, the courses we offer provide learning material we can use to offer a very flexible portfolio. So as I said, we have 160 Goethe Institutes. They all have, or most of them have, in-person courses as well as online courses. And the material we have developed offers a flexible transition from one format to another. So you can choose if you want to learn online and what kind of tempo you want, what kind of intensity you want, and the material is sort of the backup to be able to do this. Also, the course content is developed according to the core didactic principles the Goethe Institute applies to all our courses, which are action-orientated, it's task-based language learning, competence orientation, and success orientation. I'll come back to our principles in a minute. So let's say you travel a lot, you go to lots of conferences, and you would like to still do a German course. You could come to us and decide what kind of course you want to choose. So you can pick if you want to do a one-on-one class, or if you want to learn in a group, and how many live sessions you want to have in your class. So it's all based on the same material. So if you then decide, oh, next term I'm stay at home a bit more, so I can do another course where I have in-person classes, there's an automatic or easy transition to other courses. So to be able to still, even though we have different options, to still achieve our goal and to enable students to successfully communicate, we use core teaching and learning principles. And one of, I think, the main principle, and we've talked about that for the last day and a half quite a bit, is the fact that you have to be able to see meaning in what you learn, and you have to be able to apply it right away, and it has to give you the feeling of being able to succeed with the task you get. So we use our task-based or action-oriented learning approach. So students always get or learners get tasks they have to fulfill. So for example, if they start out learning German, they would get a task like, for example, how to book a hotel room in Germany, and they would then step by step in that context be able to gain the knowledge and the competence to be able to succeed in this task, and then as a next step to apply it and transfer it to other situations as well. So I'll show you how that works in a bit more detailed slide. So we have developed a huge variety of exercises and topics that are relevant to learners, so they often get different ways to work on a topic, because obviously not every topic is of interest to all learners, so they have different options, and they can also, if you're faster, you can get additional bonus tasks to do as well. So all the exercises lead to tasks, and they all have or give you a meaningful way to learn. And I think what's important, especially in language teaching, is that it provides a structure and a step-by-step approach, so you don't get the feeling that it's overwhelming and you're lost, but you're constantly encouraged to take little steps forward in language learning. We do use, as many of you, we use Moodle, which we have adapted to the needs of language learners. So our learning platform has a very transparent progression and navigation, which can be obviously used in German, but it also can be switched into other languages. And we have lots of little features that help learners to try and do it all in German, but then get hints and special help options to be able to check if they understood everything correctly. So in every chapter, as I said, they have to work on a task, but they also have, and that's the core of also online learning, they learn on their own, they develop the structure, and then they have group work and group tasks where they exchange ideas and apply what they've learned. And the when we think about the principles, again, this is where they have to have their success moments, where we don't focus on accuracy, we focus on communication, and we focus on encouraging students, learners to just try it out, even though they might make mistakes. And I think our teachers are, because they facilitate the learning, they see very quickly how if they give students this space, how they then help each other and support each other, because it's quite uncomfortable to learn another language. So if I've put something out there in a language I just started learning and you come back to me, I feel really excited that she understood what I said. So you will, and I will encourage you to keep communicating, because it feels very exciting to be able to do that in a language I've just started learning. So I think, opposed to other subjects for learning a language, but I think it also applies to other subjects, but especially in language learning, it has to be the step-by-step approach, tiny little steps that then give you the feeling of a constant progress, of being successful by little moves forward. So it's important, I think, to be able to use the target language as much as possible, and to, and I think that's one of our core ideas, that they feel, students feel that they have learned something, that they made progress. Often when we ask students, they're very critical with themselves, and they feel that they should do more, and I should have learned more grammar or vocabulary, and it takes a long time to reflect upon what you've actually already achieved. You often, when you learn a language, you only see what you don't know yet, but you don't focus on what you've learned already. So it's important to communicate for us what you've already achieved. To do this, we have developed a dashboard, a tool that shows learners and tutors about the progress they have made. They also get it according to the skills they've learned, and they get sort of automized feedback plus feedbacks provided by the tutor. So this combination, and we've talked about that quite a bit in other talks today, that there has to be a lot of feedback to be able to motivate students to keep going. And part of it can be done through artificial intelligence to learning analytics, but some of the feedback still has to be provided by the teacher, who sort of connects it all and gives individual feedback. Of course, students don't only learn on their own, in their own home. They also meet regularly in online live sessions, or they could go to one of the Goethe Institutes to work in blended learning courses. I think the online live sessions are crucial because they give learners a sense of community. They give they make their learning visible and audible. They can practice what they've learned online on their own. They feel more confident, and we've done research into how do they apply knowledge, and we feel, or we've seen that they use a lot more chunks. You know, in other language courses, they might try out different ways of how did the teacher say it, how was it in the book, and in these online courses, they really focus on the chunks they've learned and they put them into practice, and therefore they can communicate quite a bit faster. But almost last but not least, the teacher, as I said, is the most important link. I think when we talk about digital technology supporting learning, we often focus on the tools and on what can be done automized and automatically, but at least for language learning, the teacher and the teacher's feedback is still a crucial element of learning, because it gives students the direct feedback. Thank you. Thank you. The direct feedback on what they've learned, and they rely on peer feedback, but also feedback by the tutor. And just to make a comparison, because we're talking about digitalization, when we didn't have tools like Moodle and other learning platforms, it was not possible for the teacher to evaluate progress on their learners. They only maybe got homework handed in. But now the tutor can look at the platform and they can look at what have you done during the week, have you done the tasks, or where did you struggle, did you struggle with certain specific exercises, and can then focus on your needs or the group's needs in preparing live sessions. So it does give the opportunity to teachers in language learning to focus a lot more on students' needs and on their progress. So it should not happen that you come to a classroom or a live session and the teacher doesn't know where you stand, because they can follow you online and help you along the way. So just to summarize before we hopefully have a short discussion. The criteria of successful collaboration in our view is we have to have, and more than maybe in other subjects, well thought out learning material that provide a sustainable student engagement. So lots of little exercises learners can do when they have a little spare time. They can keep practicing, and it gives them feedback on their progression. The skills that are learned have to focus on progress. They have to also be selected depending on can I do that on my own, or do I need other people to learn the skill. So for example, I used to teach for a long time, and we always had audio material and did listening exercises, and there was always a class, and you might remember that from your own language learning, and you listen to an audio, and then you probably understood everything already, but I hardly understood anything, so we have to listen to it again. I'm still not understanding everything, and you're already bored. So this is a waste of crucial classroom time and can be done online, because online I can listen to it 10 times until I feel that I have now understood it, and you might be able to do it within 2 minutes and you completed the task already. So we're looking at the specific skills that need to be achieved and decide, is that something you should rather do with the help of our learning platform online on your own, or should that be done together in a group? So practicing speaking is more difficult if you don't have anyone to speak to, so that's something we focus on in the live sessions. We talk about, at the Goethe Institute, we talk a lot about do we still need teachers in the future? Is that not something, especially with language learning, and we were just talking about this in the last presentation, we have all those translation tools and artificial intelligence and robots. Will they not, avatars, will they not replace teachers in the future? We have many, and you can check out our projects, we do a lot of research on is a teacher really replaceable? And at this point we feel definitely not, because a teacher gives the language and everything that comes with learning a language, culture, the interpersonal relationships that are growing when you learn a language. It gives that much more meaning, and therefore it cannot just easily be replaced. And I think when you think about your own life, and we often have those watches that keep telling us to stand up or go running or do things, that only works a little while, and then you think, yeah, okay, I've seen that before. But if it's a real person, it does have a different meaning. So I think the future of language learning will always be blended. We will use tools. Digitalization gives us a lot more, but we still need teachers to be able to facilitate and deliver it. One aspect we constantly work on is we have to make it relevant to participants' lives. And with digitalization, it's still difficult, but it is easier to give a broader view on topics. You don't have a book that just delivers 10 pages of a certain topic. You can give more options, you can give different images, and you can always switch that out or add on. So it is easier to create content that's relevant, and it doesn't age as fast because you can replace it. Yeah, and I said it, teacher plays a central role, and artificial intelligence and learning analytics will support it, but it will always take teachers who are good at navigating content, the learning progress, the group, and help students to keep learning. So, and hopefully now I'll get lots of questions from you. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrea, for your interesting talk. I sure hope we still will have teachers in the future. Otherwise, we won't have any audience at such a conference. Are there questions? Okay, we have already two.
Already. Oh, it's on. Great. Hi. Thank you very much. It's really interesting and a lot of transferable stuff there, I think, to higher education. My question is, do you have an in-house design team, or have you do? Excellent.
Mm-hmm.
So what learner feedback do you take to inform the design process, and how do you do that?
So we do have an in-house team, but we also have experts from publishers, and so we have huge teams who work on the content, and we do constantly collect feedback from our learners. So every institute, we have sort of quality standards where we have to ask or want to ask students how they learn. So this is also being collected, and then we feed it back to the team who's developing. So for example, some of the feedback is that some of the teaching material should show a more diverse image of Germany. So if we get that feedback from our learners, then we'll look at it and change the content according to those needs we see we have to deliver on. Yeah. So it's a constant two-way system, and it is a lot of effort and a lot of work that has to constantly be put into make the teaching material better all the time. So it's a lot of resources that go into providing it. But we have decided to create the online material in-house because we feel that we have those ties to our learners directly, and if we feel this is something we need to change, we can do it right away, or not right away, but
Thank you.
Another question over here.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I have one question. Well, I'm very happy about the future of the teachers, yeah, being also one and married to another. But my question is, are you kind of trying to use AI in things like speech recognition or kind of like, you know, training the speaking skills of students working online?
Yeah. And I think there is a lot of potential in this. And as I said, we have to use what's out there. I mean, we were talking about translation tools, for example. Everybody uses them in their normal life. So of course we have to implement it, and we have to make sure that students are using it. So to ban it from our material and from our teaching would really not be part of their daily life. So it's more about being able to cope, and of course there is fantastic tools that facilitate that. I mean, Moodle is not always that fast to implement it, but we use learning analytics and we use speech recognition. We're also working on tools to give more automized feedback, so they get immediate feedback on written products they produce, but also to make sure this always goes hand in hand with the overall content. It's not something they practice over there and then the teacher doesn't know about it. It always has to be connected.
So my question goes very much to the same direction, because I was thinking, like, there are things like sometimes you meet people who are like invested a lot of time, money and effort into learning a language, and they are pretty good at it written, but then when they talk you don't really hardly understand anything. Yeah? And on the other hand, there are things that are very common for certain learners. For example, Germans are notoriously known for being bad at pronouncing THs in English. And that could be a brilliant form to use it, because pronunciation is so important if you really want to use language to communicate. So that would be, I have no idea if there's anything out there trying to help people doing that.
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, we have implemented a pronunciation tool, so and that's something that's so good to do on your own. And it's not embarrassing to practice the TH in front of the class. You do it on your own, and the tool gives you feedback. Yeah, that was good, or this, try it again. And then you can practice at home, and you produce something the teacher then can listen to and give you feedback. Or the teacher would listen to your phonetic exercises and then decide, maybe we do a little Zungenbrecher to practice it again in class, because everybody's having a lot of fun with it, but I think we should practice it again. So there is, and that's why I think it's so fascinating to look what's out there and to use it for language learning, because there's so much that can make it easier for different types of learners. And learning a language is so uncomfortable when you start with, and it has to be easy, and it has to you have to be able, as someone who's a bit introverted, to try it out and not have to do it in front of the class until you get more confident. You don't need the teacher. Yeah? The tool gives you feedback, but what we encourage the teacher is to check. Yeah. How long did it take you to, or did you still working on this? So I can give you feedback and say, I think that's good enough. I think your TH is perfect. You don't have to work on that any longer, because often students, as I said, students are so critical with themselves when they learn another language, which we aren't. Yeah, we're just happy that they are able to communicate and we understand them. Obviously not on a higher level, but on a lower level. It's about being understood, and that's where they, I think, need feedback from the teacher.
Andrea Pfeil, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Great, so we come to our last presentation of the day. It's from Abir Al-Aham. Abir is a coordinator and lecturer at the University of Mannheim, employed at the Dean's Office of the School of Humanities. She is the academic advisor for incoming students and the coordinator of virtual mobility, a position that has been created to advance virtual collaborations and virtual exchange on an international scale. The presentation has a title, Virtual Exchange in the Humanities, Tackling Current Issues Through COIL. Thank you very much. You have 20 minutes and then we have some time for discussion. Thank you.
Thank you for the introduction and thank you for joining me today, both on-site as well as in the virtual space. Thank you. So welcome to this rather philosophical contribution on crises, COIL projects, and humanities, which I think denote three components that combined, I believe, to have immense potential to tackle pressing issues of our time. You may have heard that global societies are experiencing many crises, from unaffordable housing to rising energy costs, from military conflicts to climate change, political extremism, and the recent pandemic. Much of what makes the world a good place to live in seems to be out of order. Putting it negatively, we have been through a lot. Putting a positive spin on it, we have grown with the experiences we've made. When looking for ways to respond effectively to these crises, we have learned from past mistakes that constructive measures must entail different perspectives from different disciplines to evaluate its impact on our health, the economy, and the mental, for example, as in the pandemic, the impact on our health, the economy, and the mental state of children and adults. With now war raging in the midst of Europe, we rely on politicians, military experts, as well as the practice of ethics and empathy to evaluate the situation thoroughly and hopefully create solutions that head towards a peaceful future. Climate activists, yes? It's all coming. I'm a minimalist in that regard. Climate activists have become experts in their own right, being highly educated both in the scientific facts as well as the question of social justice or injustice that can result from a neglect of the issue. So problem solving in the 21st century seems to be a collaborative endeavor. And this is, of course, the C in COIL. COIL has been lauded as an inclusive and democratic learning and teaching format where our future professionals from different social and cultural backgrounds come together and share their perspectives. We've heard many examples of this by now, also in this conference, and it is rightfully regarded as a low-threshold tool to guarantee interdisciplinary exchange, as well as providing a setting for making intercultural and international experiences, even in situations where mobility is limited. Its virtual setup also implies a flexibility to integrate these encounters into lives that are busy with responsibilities, such as caregiving, if you have to do that, but also working while you are studying. So it's a collaborative endeavor, and when done best, creates communities and safe spaces where learning together is made possible. In our COIL seminar, you can combine expertise from across the globe and introduce a plurality of opinion and different ways of life to your students. COIL projects also serve as training platforms where skills needed to effectively engage in global societies of today can be developed and enhanced. And these skills are an intricate network of components that we expect students of today to be equipped with. And this is usually what you will find listed in the literature when it comes to what skills students should be trained in. As educators, internationalization experts, and university administrators, we hope to send our students off as global citizens, fully aware of the world, its challenges, as well as its opportunities. Douglas Bourne describes in his book on understanding global skills that the skills we practice with our students must be framed within understanding of development and global themes, with the overarching goal to transform acquired knowledge into applied knowledge, ultimately leading to responsible action. And I have two more quotes that align with this definition of what responsible action is. Unfortunately, I don't have it here on my computer, so I have to head over. Is this on? Or maybe your microphone? So this first definition that I'm introducing here is by Torres, who says we should view citizenship as marked by an understanding of global interconnectedness and a commitment to the collective good. We should advance a view of citizenship in which the geographic reference point for one's sense of rights and responsibilities is broadened and in some sense complicated by a more expansive spatial vision and understanding of the world. And the second definition is by UNESCO, where it says global citizenship education aims to empower learners to engage and assume active roles, both locally and globally, to face and resolve global challenges and ultimately to become proactive contributors to a more just, peaceful, tolerant, inclusive, secure, and sustainable world. Born details the idea of responsible action further by arguing that abstract concepts such as critical thinking, which we always mention in that regard, and problem solving must translate into clear and precise, non-communicative acts. When negotiating measures for local and global communities, what is needed are direct demands directed towards policymakers and also individual accountability when it comes to the needs of global societies. Contexts, he continues, are of the utmost importance as responsible action does not come with a one-size-fits-all definition, but depends on the needs of the respective societies. This, in turn, must be exchanged within an international setting, as local inequalities often stem from injustices that were created by the process of globalization, where the definition or parts of globalization, or what is usually explained about globalization, is that this is an uneven economic process with an unequal access to resources, and this should be considered when working on solutions as well. So experts working on global citizenship also agree that skills alone are not sufficient to tackle today's problems. The Council of Europe, for example, have published a model that defines skills as only 1 out of 4 aspects that together make competences, and the emphasis is really on you need to bring competences as a global citizen when you enter the world. As a teacher of literature and cultural studies, I am frankly vindicated to see that all 4 areas are premised on discourses ingrained in the culture of the humanities. And I am reminded of what Teskin Adams said yesterday in her keynote speech, where she called this philosophical underpinnings. I'm calling this the humanities. So questions of power, representation, ethics, and empathy are inextricably linked to theories that are part of our cultural heritage. I cannot help but think of Bell Hooks's work, for example, on intersectionality when I see that cultural diversity is emphasized in this model. I also think about what we teach our students when we tell them to build strong and convincing arguments when I see that critical thinking is mentioned here. And I'm also reminded of Foucault and his work on knowledge, discourse, and power when I look at how knowledge is mentioned in this model. And how much we need these philosophical foundations, I think we see best when we look at examples, I will skip this, when we look at examples of modern-day algorithms and the biases that we find in them. So on the left-hand side, for example, this was investigated by a student who found out that Twitter algorithms push images and circulate images a lot more frequently if they adhere to Western beauty standards, meaning if the image is of a white person, of a younger person, that image will be circulated a lot more frequently than images of someone who is not white and someone who is maybe older or not perceived as adhering to Western beauty standards. In the middle there you can see an example of a soap dispenser, or soap dispensers in general, that have sensors instead of you having to touch them. They have sensor by putting your hand below the soap dispenser. They're supposed to give you a certain amount of soap. This does not work in some cases for people who have darker skin because the sensor is not able to reflect the light as well. So these are very concrete discriminations that come with AI, that come with technologies, that need to be interrogated by the humanities also. Ruha Benjamin, who is a professor of African American Studies at Princeton University, describes these biases as codes. She says some people are already coded in real life, and by that she means that some people, just based on their looks or on the way that they appear to us, they have a specific code, specific stereotypes. And this is often translated into the virtual space as well. She says codes are even more than stereotypes. More than stereotypes, codes act as narratives, telling us what to expect from a group or from an individual. Most important then is the fact that once something or someone is coded, this can be hard to change. Codes, in short, operate within powerful systems of meaning that render some things visible, others invisible, and create a vast array of distortions and dangers. And she describes this as the new Jim Code, which of course is derived from Jim Crow, the caricature of a black person that was used in the 20s in the US, for example, to basically discriminate against people of color. And derived from that, she says, what we have in the virtual space is the new Jim Code, which describes the employment of new technologies that reflect and reproduce existing inequities, but that are promoted and perceived as more objective or progressive than the discriminatory systems of a previous era. So, the reason I mention this is that technological developments need philosophical consultation as well as integration to prevent the reproduction and circulation of centuries-old tropes and biases. So it is necessary to also approach digitization collaboratively to create justice-oriented societies, both in virtual and non-virtual spaces. My emphasis on collaboration is also directed towards the discipline of humanities, where we usually still have the idea that scholars who research in literature or philosophy create knowledge and wisdom in their own isolated studies, isolated from other disciplines. So we were very aware of that when we created our COIL project in the summer of 2022 in international cultural studies, where we made sure that interdisciplinarity was at the forefront of our agenda. This was a joint project between the Salem State University in Massachusetts and the University of Mannheim. So finding a partner for us was easy because the Salem State University has been a long-term partner university. What was less easy was integrating this course into the curriculum of Salem State due to their lack of flexibility when it came to the formats of their courses as well as the content. So this ended up being an extracurricular course for those joining us from Salem, and we had an immense power imbalance in terms of numbers. So we had 25 students joining from Mannheim because this was a regular seminar for them, but only 5 students joining us from Salem State. So you can see the imbalance there. And also, international cultural studies in Mannheim is a subject that students from all 6 departments that we have at the School of Humanities must attend. So that means that they were very well aware of what's coming and what the contents of this course would be, the Salem State University students were less aware of what to expect. So these factors combined, the imbalance in numbers as well as the imbalance in expectations, led to Mannheim students being a lot more dominant in the weekly discussions than the Salem State university students. And we tried to offer as many opportunities as possible for students to speak amongst themselves in breakout rooms, and thought it would be best to set up fixed groups right from the beginning, also regarding their group projects in the end, which some students liked and others disliked. Some students said in the evaluation they would have preferred mixing up the groups every now and then. Others said they built friendships throughout the semester and they are still in touch. We also involved guest lecturers. I'm sure you can't see this, but this was the syllabus, sorry. And we involved guest teachers from other disciplines as well, economy, for example, history, literature, and provided clear instructions that this was a seminar, not a lecture series. Some of them did that and could provide that, and others still gave more passive input, but both was liked by students just as much, I think. So the structure helped us gain insights over the course of the semester, but some students felt overwhelmed by the density of the syllabus as well. So this was a mixed bag. But what we did learn together, and I think this was really the main takeaway, was that crises affect different groups in different ways, and that our perception of the world varies depending on context. For example, when students were asked what they thought the most pressing issues of our time to be, the students from Mannheim said, obviously it's climate change, as well as military conflict in Europe because the Russian invasion had just happened. When the Salem State University students were asked what they thought or what they were the most worried about, they named healthcare as well as the housing crisis. And this, of course, can be explained because the cultural context and the experiences were so different. What we also learned together was, from reading key texts in cultural studies, that there is a strong correlation between how we understand and interpret texts, depending on which cultural context the students grew up in. So when we were reading, for example, Edward Said's Orientalism, it was unclear what the Orient actually was and what was referring to. Of course, for us in a German context, this would mean something else than somebody in the US context who thought the Far East to be what the Orient was. And that, of course, then changed the meaning of the text entirely, which is something that we had to address as teachers and frame very carefully because we were talking about stereotypical representations. The biggest issue we faced was the assessment. So for the Salem University, they did not have to write any term paper. The only thing they did was write a short essay and then being part of the group projects in the end, and that was graded and that was it. My students from Mannheim University, they had to submit a term paper of 10 to 15 pages because that, again, was the lack of flexibility of our exam regulations that stipulated that we have to have them submit a term paper and grade only the term paper. So the group projects, which took up a lot of time, we could not grade. And that was a source of much frustration, I think rightfully so. So overall, I think the evaluation showed us that we had reached our learning objectives. We had provoked students to step out of their own frames of reference and develop an openness towards perspectives on the world and crises that deviated from their own. And if I was asked what I would change about this course, I think the main thing that was my takeaway as a teacher is that you need a lot more space for reflection than you would expect. So on a meta level as well, discussing what is COIL, what is it that we're doing here, address maybe the awkwardness that comes with meeting people from different contexts, talking about sensitive things. So this is something that I would advise everyone to do. I think COIL overall is a powerful tool in education and unique in what it contributes to facilitating the process of becoming global citizens. But the one thing I want to mention towards the end is that it cannot, as of now, it cannot bridge all of the gaps that we know. And the digital divide, of course, is the one thing that we've already heard about. I think also when it comes to the digital divide, perspectives from the humanities are needed. A study, for example, in 2020, in the height of the pandemic, showed that there was a huge divide not only between rural areas and cities when it came to internet bandwidth or the access to the internet, but also depending on age, gender, as well as location in the world. And the gender issue I want to quickly get into because I think that is important. So these are two different studies. The one on the right-hand side was conducted in 2019. The one on the left-hand side is the more recent one. But I still wanted to show you this map. So according to this map, worldwide, men are 21% more likely to have access to the internet or to devices that they can use than women. If we consider only poorer or developing countries, this rises to 52% of men being more likely to have access and to be able to use technological devices. So sometimes this is because women do not own any devices. Sometimes it's because they do not have the proper training to use these devices. But I think this is something that needs to be interrogated also in the sense of, from the perspective of gender studies, why is this discrimination very visible in how internet access is distributed in the world? So the last thing that I want to say about this is that values such as ethics and empathy must be built into the virtual structure. Questions such as why is this unequal distribution even possible must also build into the virtual structure to prevent hegemonies and power imbalances. The one more thing I want to show is that this is not just something that's banal or something that can be bridged easily, because when we talk about digital natives, it's important to define that group, and I think it's a wrong assumption to say that every part of the younger generation is a digital native. So the UNESCO defines this as the generation of technological acceleration of the internet and its networks. Growing up in such an environment, they think and process information in a totally different way than previous generations. Their thinking patterns have changed, and it is likely that their brains have physically changed too. So if we consider this, that a digital divide will lead to physical changes in those who have the privilege of having access and leaving those behind who do not have the privilege of that access, I think the consequences are quite drastic. So I think it is important that we expose these inequalities and that we strive to empower students of all genders, all ages, and from all social and cultural backgrounds. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Abia, for this really inspiring talk. Very interesting topics that you had in your coil. And we have about 2 to 3 more minutes for a few questions. I know it's late, but I'm sure there are some questions.
Thank you. Thank you. That was a plethora of really interesting ideas. Thank you. I'm curious, you mentioned the deployment of the idea of the 4 aspects of ideal democracy from the Council of Europe. And sometimes COIL or virtual exchange facilitates an interaction between diametrically opposed views. So for example, democracy versus coming from a culture where that might not be valued as much or viewed in the same way. So my question, I guess, is how can COIL be designed so that meaningful learning can still happen in that context? How can you promote a third space discussion somewhere in between those 2 poles?
Yes, I think that's an important question, and thank you for that. I think it requires a lot of careful framing from the beginning, and also careful preparations from, I think the teachers are really the ones who are in charge of making sure that Western perspectives or Western ideals are not the dominant ideas within that space, even if we feel that whoever is joining us may be on the wrong path or may represent something that we cannot necessarily agree on. But that is part of COIL, I think, in general, is that making sure that not everybody has to speak perfect English, and that was the case in my course. Mannheim students do not all speak perfect English. Those who come from history, for example, do not usually read English texts. So it was also important for us to make sure, and as was mentioned before, that students are given the space to both explain where they're from, to have a tolerance setting in general, and we had a rubric in the beginning where we detailed all of this in the call, that we respect each other. Individuals do not speak for communities, we always speak for ourselves, and all of these details that we thought were important. But also part of that was that wherever you come from, you have the space to share what your perspective is, and even if some of us cannot agree with that, we at least want to hear the explanation for, or we are open to hearing what your own perspective brings to the table and where we can maybe meet and where we agree to disagree. That's also, I think, okay in COIL. It's to leave it as, okay, we do not really find a common ground here, but that's fine as well.
So on the language issue, I did manage to see a little bit of the curriculum, and I saw Gloria and Zaldua
yes.
text. So is that helpful in addressing the language issue and kind of raising awareness of the power dynamics? Yeah.
We actually had a student, because we do have many internationals in Mannheim as well, so we had one student joining us from Spain, and she was the one who read out the parts to us that were written in Spanish. So if you don't know her work, Anzaldúa is someone who is really at home in two languages. She writes about identities that are built at borders and borderlands. So we try to make sure, I don't want to use the word authentic, but we tried to make sure that this was all coming from an authentic place, and we were lucky enough that we had students who could read the Spanish parts out to us and then explain to us in their own words what they thought these parts represented. So her work was actually a great contribution to our seminar.
So if there are no more questions, then thank you, Abir.
Thank you.
So, yeah, great. Thank you everyone for this first conference day. I think we had a lot of very exciting and informative inputs today. And yeah, I don't have a big closing speech. We all had a long day now. And just a few informations maybe for all the speakers. We have planned a conference dinner, and everybody who wants to attend the conference dinner, outside there are waiting taxis and rickshaws that will take you there already, right?